Hello, everyone. It's been a while since we started playing again, and yeah, last month was just crazy, but we're back at it. So, welcome to Adventures in Loxos, and let me introduce our players. Today, we are joined by AGTX, the Dragons,
the legend.
Fucking hate you. But don't let the back floppy teddy frames.
So, and he will be playing Quill, the Slayer / Dragon Shaman.
Shimon Lee.
Yep.
Hello, Punkage, you Punkage.
Not you.
You. No, you.
Okay. Underneath that, we have Kassid 69. Ayo. And she will be playing Agaragos, the Myconid Pion Mender healer. She doesn't really it doesn't really have a class. Its class, yeah. Its class is what it is. It's this little fungus of healing energy. Just this little ball, this little baby fungi ball. Underneath that, we have Icy Hot 2305. Yep, nothing I see. All right.
He's dead.
Yes.
Domo Arigato, Mr. Roboto, what's up?
Domo.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Hola, ¿cómo está? And he will be... Oh my gosh. And he will be playing Zoltan Heisenberg, our half-drow. He's a half-drow, mind you. Half-drow, deep druid. He's not your dad's druid.
He's not your mama's druid.
Yeah, he's not your mama's druid. He's not your mama's druid. He's not your daddy's druid.
Oh.
He is a deep druid from the underworld.
Black boy.
Underneath that, we have Ness, who will be playing Android Farizon, Lord Android Farizon, who...
Bow.
Yeah, the Saint of Corlon Lorethian. Bow down. Burr.
There's a song, but I can't sing it because, you know.
The world is my... Okay, anyways.
Exactly, you know what comes right after that.
Yeah.
Right down to it. Yeah, okay.
He is a bard / paladin.
Bro, that needs to be his
Paladin?
fucking theme song.
Yeah.
Hard.
Yeah,
We'll
like,
have to find
he's walking down the fucking whatever and just, you know what I mean, playing his fucking
You just hear-
fucking
You hear...
bow down to it.
You hear Dub Siegel. Sigh.
Bow down to a part that's greater than you. Look at this.
Yeah.
It's that Chuck wearing, still sporting a beanie, the shadiest.
Exactly.
And Unit 620 will not be joining us tonight. He had a birthday party he had to go to, but normally he plays Elsa Blackwell, our resident shapeshifter ward goddess. She will not be here today.
Our feral little creature.
Our feral little 12-year-old girl. She will not be joining us today, so... I am your humble DM, Lord Poggith the First. And wow. I don't know if y'all picked that up, but somebody in my house just sneezed hard. That was a hard sneeze. Yes. Podgonian. Podgonius Dickus.
I mean, that part's definitely fucking accurate.
Argonius Champius.
Champius. Oh, thank you. But yes. So
I went orcish, but okay.
Yeah. Podgonius Flavius.
There you go.
So yeah. Ladies and gentlemen at home, our listeners, welcome to Adventures in Loxos. And we cue the intro because I'm going to do the intro a little differently now. And
Halo music.
Roll that beautiful bean footage. So, last time we played, and I know it was a while ago, so you guys ended up on Pengshun. You are investigating on how to find... Well, you have come to find out his name is known as Fang Titan. He is one of the weirds. One of the elemental weirds, and... Huh?
Nothing.
Shut up. Anyways, he is one of the elemental weirds. You guys are coming to speak with him because the elements are now dying on Loxos. You have currently begun the process of cutting the elemental planes from the material plane. That's just kind of like a little side quest. You were also hired to come and investigate down in the underworld for Lord Farun, but that kind of went south, and you guys have ended up in the Dragoon lands now. And
the song of my people.
Wow, yeah, the song of my people. You know the song of my people. While here, you guys have discovered that Quill may be a part of some kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. And what I mean by that is, it's a prophecy is one thing. That's like, I can prophesy something will happen and maybe it will, you know. what a self-fulfilling prophecy is. Well, I guess it's the difference between like Frank Herbert's Dune and Nostradamus. Nostradamus, they said, prophesied a whole bunch of stuff, and now they're coming back and saying, oh, that was it. But I mean, it maybe not, who knows?
Who can say?
Well, yeah, who can say? While in Dune, they had the prophecy of the jihad and all this other stuff, and
Jihad?
Not kidding. That's what they call it. They make it happen. They find the guy that they think is going to be the cataracts or whatever they call him. I can't remember. I'm so sorry to the Dune fans out there. But
no, fuck the Dune fans. That movie wasted 2 hours of my life.
Well, I mean,
not the movie Dune and Dances with Wolves on the other side.
But the point being is that they go out and they find the guy and they turn him into their prophesied one. And that's kind of what the Dragoon are kind of doing with Yukhnevich. They're not sitting and saying, well, maybe a guy will show up and fulfill this. Maybe not. No, they found Yukhnevich. They found that he is the totem. He is the bearer of the soul of Fenrir, the red chromatic dragon god. And they said, oh, yeah, you'll do. And so they've slowly started to put him on that path.
I don't like how you put that. Like I was just, chip change and then, I'm just a nickel on the fucking sidewalk looking ass, bro. Like,
I hurt his feelings.
These motherfuckers found a bar of gold and they're happy.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it that way if you'd like, Yeah, sure. You're a bar of gold to them, yes.
You're a bar of gold to me, you quill.
There you go.
So
somebody appreciates me around here.
But you guys have also come in the time of the festival of the Jingzhu, and they call it the Honorable Jingzhu, and that is a festival that happens on the continent of Pangshun, once every 30 years. All the shogunates and all the mercenary groups and everybody comes together in this one place to have this celebration, and they have basically like 3 days of peace where no fighting can happen. And we've gone over that before, but just to reiterate the rules, no blood can be shed in murder. Like, nobody can be killed. Like, there's varying degrees of it, obviously, like, because there's going to be drinking and rebelliousness and whatever. They're not necessarily, it's not going to be an issue if two people get into a fist fight and beat the crap out of each other. What's going to be an issue is if somebody kills somebody else. Nobody is allowed to kill anybody. And should they kill somebody, then that person is executed immediately. However, the one stipulation is no Dragoon can be murdered during the Jingzhu either. The only difference is because the Dragoon were the ones that took it upon themselves all those years ago when this treaty was first signed. Should any Dragoon be murdered or killed during this, then there will never be another Jingzhu. And the Dragoon will instantly not only execute the person who did it, but they will also declare war on whoever, whatever of the shogunates or whoever, they will proceed to try and eliminate all of them. So that's their, and everybody agreed to this. So that's the thing.
So we really can't fuck this up.
So there is a what do you call it? There is a tournament that's held, and that's about all you guys know. You have, since you've been here, you have met Malzaru, the shaman of the Dragoon. You have met the Dragoon's, what would you call it? Shogun, in essence. And now you guys have been allowed to enter the Forgotten City to just explore. Even though the festival is still a day away, usually, like, it pretty much people start making it there like a day beforehand, maybe 2 or 3 days beforehand anyways. And so the festival starting early, you know, but officially it won't start till the next day. But for now, you guys are allowed to wander the Forgotten City, the capital city of the Dragoon lands, and just explore and see what you can see, I guess, you know? To see what you can see, to see what you... Okay. So, and that's pretty much where we left off, was you guys entering the Forgotten City, and yeah, that's where we're at. So gentlemen and lady and whoever, whatever, you guys, after leaving the palace of the Shogun, you follow a path down a ways, and it takes you into the actual Forgotten City. Now, it's not like you can't see the Forgotten City from where you are, but the palace in of itself is kind of set out just like maybe half a football field size away from the Forgotten City. So you have to walk down a path, a very specific path into the Forgotten City. But when you get in there, you see that this is a very large city with architecture that you are unfamiliar with. When I say that you are used to like brick and mortar and stained wood, what you are experiencing here is more clay and more angled structures, I guess you could say. The tops of roofs look more like the tops of pots in their structure. They're more domed and curved, and they're tiled as opposed to stone. Some places look like, instead of having like your traditional doorways, they look to just be having these like sliding doors with walls that are made out of wood and paper and the like. You look about you and you see people preparing for the festival the next day, but there's already people out there already beginning to enjoy themselves. They're visibly drunk, and you notice odd little things like, while you see humans, and I'll bet these humans look different than the humans that maybe you're used to. They're still human, visibly human. You see them doing odd things like taking out what looks like little sticks with wicks tied to the end of them like a candle, and then lighting them and tossing them into the air. When they toss them in the air, they explode. They're just, you know, and everybody just laughs and enjoys it. Now, while you see Dragoon and you see humans, you also begin to see other odd things that you, races, if you will, that you've never seen before. Well, as far as you can determine, you see the rabbit folk, the bonsai that you've seen before. You've met them, the rabbit people. Basically, they're just humanoid rabbits. But you also see the Abixian, the goat folk that you saw while in the underworld. But you also see like humanoid fox people. And you see
Every time.
yeah, You see, yeah, kind of. Hold on. Yeah, you see people who like they literally. Now, you quilt to you, this is somewhat recognizable, although different, because where you come from in Andes Dulai, you are familiar with a curse that happens to people in your country where they become what is known as a werewolf, where if they are cursed with that, they turn into a humanoid wolf, and then they are never able to change back. They just stay these feral wolves, and they're normally dangerous. It takes quite a while for one of them to finally begin to acclimate to who they are and possibly, I guess, tame the wild beast within them so they can gain some of their humanity back, as it were. These fox people aren't feral at all. Some of them are finely dressed, and you can see them sitting around, drinking and enjoying themselves in the markets and stuff as you guys are walking into the town. They don't seem like they need to tame anything, as if what they are in fact is not a curse. You also see, which is very odd to you, large rats, and they are humanoid as well, but they're rats. Nonetheless, these things are rats. It's unmistakable. They're not mice. They're rats, and normally where you're from, rats are vermin. They're small, they're vermin, they get into things.
The tide.
Yeah. Well, not these guys. These guys are actually kind of tall. Even for rat people, they're tall. They're humanoid, and again, you could possibly call them were-rats. Like you were looking at were-foxes, these might be were-rats in your opinion. That's the only thing that you can think of to relate them to. Agaragis and Zoltan, you guys have seen the Abixians before, so you're familiar with goat folk. So the fact that there are other animalistic humanoid creatures living in the world, that doesn't seem too off to you. Android, however, if you thought the bunny people were crazy, now you're seeing rat people and fox people on top of something that none of you guys have ever seen before, which isn't this type of animal. This animal is very furry, and it is humanoid as well. This again is a humanoid creature. But none of you have ever seen anything quite of its like. It is tall, kind of lanky. It's got a long furry tail, and what's the most oddest feature about it is it's got thumbs on its hands, but its big toe also looks like it's fashioned to be thumbs as well, almost as if they could use their feet as their hands just as much as they could use their hands as well. And most of them are decked out in what look like to be like robes and things like that, almost like holy people, with a few of them looking as if they got a little bit more armor, but you notice none of them seem to be carrying weapons. The most weaponry that you seem to see any of them carrying is like maybe a staff or maybe like a club of some sort, but they don't seem to be decked out in heavy armor and weaponry at all. But wait, there's more. Because all the denizens of these lands are showing up here. You see bears, giant humanoid bears, and these guys are large, as you would expect from a bear. Only they look different than any kind of bear you've ever seen. Their only colors are white and black, and their face has like what the fur pattern on their face looks as if they're wearing like a black bandit mask of a sorts. You also see what looks like dog people. Again, you recognize them as sort of like a werewolf, but while werewolves look like wolves, these guys look more like dogs, more than they do wolves. And then you have your regular humans and things and the dragoons. So you guys are seeing all these different really foreign races just walking around this town, and everybody is, for the most part, getting along with no issue whatsoever. They all seem to be able to coincide with one another, though they don't all appear to be natural residents of the Dragoon lands. You can tell just by the way that some of them are acting that they are, in fact, guests. Now that you guys are here, what is it you would like to do? Oh, something I would mention about the Abixians too is that these Abixians don't look like the ones you saw down in the underworld. They seem way more marshaled, while the ones in the underworld seem like they were, dare I say, maybe more savage, although I wouldn't say that they're savage. These ones seem to be more militant. Like they've got their act together, as it were.
Word. Like they're more polite, I suppose.
They could be more polite. They look like they may have their own society. You know? Like...
Like they just carry themselves with a more proper air then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Like they're not... You know, down there, you know, you knew that the Abixians in Drow City were under the Drow's thumb of some form or another, you know? Not so much here. You guys also do see what looks like to be little frogmen. Maybe just like Otis size. Yeah.
No
like
way.
as tall as Otis. And they're just like these little frog people. And they're different, man. Like, some of them seem to be relaxing a little bit, but most people, for some weird reason, you notice, are kind of giving them a wide berth.
Like, buy one as a pet. My slave frog. No, I'm kidding. Were we going to... I really don't remember what our next objective was, if I'm being perfectly honest. I think we were gonna go look for the rabbit folk.
Okay.
Something to do with, like, I just don't remember where they told us to look for them at, either. Let me check my notes real quick, see if I wrote it.
Well, I will. Well, I will say that there are rabbit folk, the bonsai, as it were,
Oh, that's right.
all over. There's some all over the place, right? Also, you guys notice that there are what looks like to be humanoid bull men, right? These guys are quite large. Like, you could relate them to like half orc size, you know, very big people. But they don't look quite like bulls. They look more like they're akin to the ox than the bull, as it were.
Interesting.
Walking around, yeah. And like I said, most of these places, you would think that most of these guys are like just in their own little cliques, but I don't want you to think of it like that. In fact, because of the way this festival is set up, you actually see a lot of the different races going over to each other and speaking in each other's native language and shaking hands and even giving each other hugs as if they hadn't seen each other in a long time. So it is to give you the impression that, yeah, that some of these people are possibly like friends, and the only time they ever get to really see each other is during this festival, you know?
Crazy.
The rest of the time, you know, they're either, you know, judging by their clothing or whatever, they may be enlisted in their respected shogunates, armies or whatnot. And so, you know, the rest of the time, they may be like having to gear up to possibly kill each other one day on a battlefield or something, you know? So, yeah, you haven't just walked into a city full of like little groups of people, these different groups of people all just sitting there inspecting one another, drinking and hanging out. No, like everybody is together. It is one giant melting pot, and you can see some of these different races are even have their own like little shop owners and stuff coming and setting up their own little stands and stuff, getting ready to sell their wares and the whatnot. What I will say is that there are plenty of bonsai hanging around that if you are looking for one in particular, you know, there is plenty around that you could start questioning to see, you know, point you in the right direction, as it were.
Okay, I suppose I'm just going to approach one of the bonsai that looks friendly enough. I am going to cast my tongues spell and come up and start talking to him, you know.
Right.
I'm gonna be like,
So he doesn't just look at you like a psycho when you try to speak to him?
right, you know. I'm gonna come up and, you know, and say to him, hello, my name is Android. I am looking for the old hare. What was his name? Android kind of looks back at you, Quill, and says, do you remember the old hare's name?
Don't get me lying.
Don't get me lying.
Okay. Can I roll like an intelligence or something?
Sure.
Alright, I didn't even say that.
Oh, well, Android doesn't remember shit.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah. Well, so this particular bonsai, he's furrier than, you know, than the other bonsai you've seen. He, like, because of his fur, he just looks like he's got a long beard, sort of. And he's, you know, wearing just your regular clothing, and he kind of regards you for a minute, and he says, do you mean our great hare?
Yes, the great hare. That's
yes.
correct. Android kind of bows, you know, and kind of like remembering that he's, you know, supposed to be polite, I suppose. You know, and he says, Forgive me, I'm still learning the ways of your land.
He says, no troubles. He goes, word travels fast amongst my people. I arrived here a few days ago, and the Great Hare just arrived today, and I was given word of you. And that should I run into a strange visitor from another land, asking about him, I was to assist you. I am Kazo. Yes.
And Andric kind of bows to him again. And he says, well met.
He kind of laughs. He's like, yeah, okay. He goes, you can relax. He goes, we won't. He's like, you're in the Jingzhou now. Our ways will be kind of lax from here on out. No problems there. We'll be less.
Andric kind of sighs and looks less rigid now. He's like, oh, thank God.
He's like, yes, the formalities. He goes, the longer you're here, the more you'll see how our formalities kind of break down once we start drinking. We're only an honorable nation, as it were, as long as we're all sober. He goes,
Equals of Snickers.
Sounds like
Yeah.
He looks at you now, Yuko, and he says, oh, well met. He says, I suppose this is the rest of you then. He says, oh, the Great Hare was not lying. You all are foreign.
That's one way of putting it, yes.
He says, come, well, if you require an audience with the Great Hare, he would be more than welcome to see you again. He says, feel free, though, should you want, to look about and explore and enjoy the festival. It isn't in full swing yet. People are still setting up their shops and things, but you can find our firecrackers and things. I don't know if you're familiar with those or not, but they sure are fun.
no shit. Andric kind of looks back at Yuko and he says, okay, party chat. Let's talk a minute. Where do you have to be at what time for your thing with the thing?
Ooh. He just kind of looks at him. He's like, I forgot.
Okay. Did you write anything down?
In my defense, that session I told you I wasn't all the way there. In my defense. I wrote something down. It wasn't that though. Free dragon, mother of dragons. See? Can't call dragon to assist. Hey. Number one, I told you I wasn't all there last time.
Yeah, I mean, I know you gotta be
Secondly,
there to do the prophecy thing with the thing.
Yeah.
I don't
Second-
remember the details.
Secondly, I'm looking at any other place I might have put it. Secondly, that was a month ago. You expect me to remember what the fuck?
They told you they'd summon you when the time came.
I thought it was something like that. I was like,
Yeah.
well, yeah, there was that, and then
Till then, you guys are free to just
we were just
explore
gonna-
and enjoy yourselves. Yeah.
Because she said something about like there was no other pressing things unless because they offered for me to hang out and like kind of BS if I wanted to, kind of. But moving on was not a priority, but like getting to where we needed to go.
But did they specify about whether or not that was going to be within the time frame of before or after the Jingsu or whatever?
It's during, right?
Yes.
During Jingsu.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we can like
So let's just
dilly dally a wee little bit. Never
take
hurt.
off for some
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of turns back.
Yeah.
Goes, Kazo, was it?
Says yes.
Where can we find you after some time?
Goes, well,
You can find me on the streets in this. Oh,
he says,
Uh.
the Bunzai will be staying at the Longdang River Inn.
Long Vang River Inn.
Yes. He says, you can ask any of the Bunzai, and they will direct you there. We're all aware of your presence. The great hair. He is a superstitious one, and he seems to think that your presence here is an omen this year.
No shit.
So
Seems to be some of that going around.
So we've been instructed to be as helpful to you and your party as necessary. So you can ask any of the Bunzai.
Cool then. Okay.
And
Thank you.
yeah, the second he's like saying that, you guys watch as one of the big old bear men type guys comes walking up to him, and he's like, Kazuo, you fool! And he's got like a big old like jug full of some kind of liquor that he's drinking from, you know, profusely. Just he's like, how long has it been, friend? And he's like, not now, Shin. Not now. He's like, sorry about that. He's like, this is Shin. He's an old friend of mine. We don't get to necessarily see each other as much. But, yes, we will help you as much as possible. Just, do you know the rules of the Jingsu?
Do not murder anybody.
Yes, do not draw your weapons. No matter what, do not draw your weapons.
Do not draw weapons, even.
Yeah, do not, no hostilities.
Are fist fights okay?
Says, oh yeah, if you gotta knock somebody out, you do it.
Okay. Android nods.
It's like, people seem
Go
to.
catch these hands.
But don't spill blood.
Do not spill blood. That is the greatest rule we have here. Says, okay. Yes, and if you need anything, feel free to consider the Bunzai your ally while you are here.
Excellent.
As you guys are having this conversation, the big old bear guy, he kind of pokes you in the chest, and he's like, you're funny looking. He goes, why is he funny looking? And he looks at the rest of the party, he goes, you're all funny looking. Why are they funny looking?
Android just kind of chuckles and he says, we're not from here. Clearly.
He raises
Hey,
he what?
I was gonna say Agaricus is like, you're funny looking.
He looks down at you, Agaricus, and his eyes get all wide, and he wipes his big old face. He's like, it's a talking mushroom. And he looks down at the jug. He goes, did he put? No, he didn't put none of that in there, did he?
Android's like, quiet, vegetable, don't get me in a fight.
He goes, what's going on? With that, Kazu's like, go sit down, Shin. I'll be with you to play the checkers in a minute. He looks at you all and he says, sorry about that. Oh shoot, what is that called? The Pengzhong are kind of rude. They're abrasive in nature, but they're friendly enough.
Big old teddy bear.
He goes, I suppose you could call it a bear, yes? And he kind of looks at you, sort of. And he says, kind of like perplexed. He goes, bears aren't normally intelligent, though.
Android just is kind of like it's more of an expression where I come from. You know, it's just to allude to something that looks fierce but is actually comforting or cuddly and sweet on the inside, I suppose. Kind of scratches his head.
He says, oh, I understand. Yes, that one especially is a big old teddy bear. The Pengzhong are mercenaries, but they act tough, but you get a few drinks in them and a little bit of Osiam smoke in their systems, and they kind of become like Shen over there. Yes. Yes. Very much so.
Android kind of looks at you, Quill, and he says, smoke in their systems.
Oh yeah, Yuko has the devil's grin right now.
He says, yes, the Osiam. He says, addictive stuff. I personally don't touch it, but it comes in powder that you can smoke or drink, and I'm afraid that maybe he's got some in his fire wine over there. But
Yuko's licking his lips.
it's like, but go explore the Forgotten City and see what it is you can find before you come and speak with the Great Hare. I encourage it. Acclimate yourselves to our culture, because you'll probably be here for a couple of days anyways. Quite possibly.
Well, let's get to it then, I suppose. Thank you again for your help. Android kind of turns to you, Quill, and he's like, is this where we go to a tavern or something?
He said, Kazo, before he leaves, he pulls out like a handful of what looks like little onions, you know, but they're real papery. He says, if you've never heard of fireworks before, and he takes you by the hand, Android, and he drops them into your hand, and you see that they're real papery, but they're shaped kind of like little miniature onions. And he takes one in, he goes, I suggest you find the fireworks and enjoy them. Watch, I'll show you. And he throws one down at your feet and it just pops. He goes, pah! He goes, they're quite harmless, I assure you. Well, those are the poppers. Because you don't, some of the bigger ones, you don't necessarily want to hit one another with them unless you're just, being silly, I suppose. Yeah. Yes, quite. Says, but I suggest you check out the fireworks if you've never seen them before.
Good idea.
He says, get you some now before they all sell out, because tomorrow you'll see them all over the place.
Android's gonna be like, oh, There's one other thing I should ask you about.
What is that?
The currency. Android kind of lowers his voice and kind of leans in, even approaches him and puts an arm around his shoulder. And he's like, I'm gonna level with you. He says, it's come to my attention that gold is a controversial thing here? Question mark? Is that to be assumed? You guys trade with like clay.
It's called win, and it's a mixture of clay and copper. Yes.
He says
there is such a thing as there are people who trade in gold, yes, but it's not common. If you've got gold, you are quite a wealthy man.
Yes, that's kind of what I was going to ask about. Is there somewhere I can exchange some gold for some of your currency to remain a little lower profile? Because we already stick out like a sore thumb as is.
Says, I see, you don't want to bring unnecessary trouble upon your heads. He says, well, he goes, not normally. He goes, I suppose, I hate to do business with them because they are something else. And he, says, I suppose we can go talk to the Kuatoa.
The Kuatoa.
Says, yes. They're a shogunate themselves. They're not the strongest shogunate, but they are bankers. And if you can get them to invest in your cause, you can use some of their mysticisms. And he thinks about the word he's trying to use with you, and he says, they're different. They're different. Nobody dare even try to invade their lands, because you're not entirely sure what it is you will run into when you do. Strange things I've heard about what they can do. It says that they can speak with like the celestial bodies and things, and he points to the sky. Says, but we can, yes. We can go talk with them. I'm sure they'd be willing to exchange some wind for some gold. They're good at that.
Shiesty?
Not normally, just don't insult them.
Should I put my manners back on?
It's not so much manners as whatever they say or do.
Don't be insulting.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
They're odd. They're odd. I myself stay pretty clear of them, but I've met one or two in my day. He says, if that's fine, I'll take you to their tents.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind. That would be pretty helpful.
Says,
I
yeah.
hate to put you out.
Says, no troubles. And he looks over and he's like, Shin, you flabby bastard, I'll be right back. Shin's like, oh, all right. He's like, all right, let's go. So he begins to take you through the city, and as you guys go in deeper into the city, you realize that he's only taking you deeper so he can cut on back out of the city. And while going through the city, you see what he was talking about, how people are still setting up, and you see people hanging up what looks like streamers with like strange some more of those strange sticks on them with the wicks hanging out and things like that, and different like what looks like lanterns to you guys, but they look like they're made out of paper as people are lighting them. Just kids are out there playing. I mean, the sun is beginning to want to set, and it still doesn't even look like anybody has any intention of stopping what they're doing. As if there's a certain type of need, I guess, for lack of a better word, a need to finish preparing for the beginning of tomorrow's festival. He takes you a little ways on the outskirts of the city, not very far, like maybe just a stone's throw out of it, and you guys come upon these tents that look like they're made out of the flesh of some animal with the fur still on them and whatnot. And you see it's just like a little tribal area, not unlike what you saw with the druids who worship the old oak, how they seemed real nomadic. You get that same sense out of these guys. It just looks real tribal. You see different, as he takes you within their encampment, you see different tents with smoke billowing out of them and different things. He takes you to the main tent, which is quite large, and inside you can see different species of race in there. Some are the fox people, some are the dog people that you've seen. Most of them are women. And a lot of them are smoking from like what looks like long tubes with some kind of like rolled up cigarette plucked at the end of it, and they're just smoking off of it, while others are smoking extremely long looking pipes. And as they're smoking it, they just look like they're just, in a daze. You see the frogmen, as was mentioned before. These frogmen now have taken on a different look, though, than the ones you saw deeper in the city. These ones, a lot of them, seem to be decked out in like, robes, not unlike what you would see with a clergy, like a clergyman. But they also have different headdresses. And some of the headdresses look like they're just heads of giant fish, or like heads of different animals like pig or dog or something, and they wear them like hats. It's actually kind of disturbing as you get to looking at them a lot more in depth. And he takes you to a little corner of this tent area where you see some of these kuatoa, as he called them, sitting around, and they seem to be counting money, different kinds of currency too. Not even just the currency, not just gold and not just the wind that you've seen, but other kinds of currency too. Some of it looks like it's silver and it shines. And you recognize one of the currencies to be the platinum chips of your homeland, which you find to be kind of odd that they would have currency from your country, and it's not all just in one pile either. They have different guys set in different areas, each counting the individual money. And one of them looks at you, the one who seems to be kind of overseeing this escapade, as it were. He watches you all as you approach, and he looks at you and he says, "Shh. Shh. The stars tell me Yes, they speak. They're celestial whispers. Ah, they are like a vesper to my senses. They tell me why you're here. Yes? You wish to do business. Hmm? What can we do for you? And Kazo just kind of whispers at you, Android. He says, see what I mean? Weird.
Android kind of nods. And then he steps forward and clears his throat. And he says, well, I am here seeking to exchange some currency for the native currency in this land.
His eyes roll in the back of his skull for a minute, and he raises his hands in the air. He's like, I feel you. I feel you. Yes, yes. Then he lowers his head while his hands are still outstretched, and he opens up one eye and he looks at you, Android, and he goes, gold for win? Yes?
Android nods. He says, that's correct. But if I'm not overstepping, may I ask how much one gold piece equates to in win?
He says, oh, tell me. He closes his eyes again and he raises his head. He goes, tell me, Father, what deal shall I make? Fill me with your glory. Tell me, yes? Impart upon your humble servant. And then when he's done, he lowers his hands and just kind of rubs his chest for a minute, and he's like, he goes, we shall give you 50 win for 1 gold.
Okay. Android kind of thinks for a minute. He says 50 win for 1 gold.
Kazo just kind of shrugs and goes, I have no idea if that's correct. If it makes any difference to you.
Android just kind of says, well, I'm just gonna take him at his word. I'm in no position to argue. He says, I'm just trying to do some calculations in my head on how much I want to convert. He says, okay. If I give you 10 gold pieces, will you give me 500 win?
He goes, yes. He just, yes.
The android says, okay. I think we have a deal then. Android kind of reaches into his pouch and pulls out 10 gold.
He holds out his hand, and one of the counters behind him doesn't even look at him. He just grabs a sack full of win and hands it to him. And he takes the win and hands it out to you as he takes the gold and drops the sack in your hand. And then he takes the gold and tosses it back over his shoulder in a direction, and you watch as one of the ones, not the one that handed him the sack, but another one, like reaches up his hand and catches the gold in his hand and then drops it down into a pile that he hasn't counted yet.
Android kind of turns back to Kazo and he says, is 500 win a lot?
Kazo says, yeah, it is.
Android kind of scratches his head for a moment. He says, so, if I gave you 50 win for your trouble here, would that be generous, or would that be like a spit in the face?
Says, if you give me 50 win, I'll be able to eat, drink, and sleep the entire, and still have money left over by the end of the festival.
Android says, cool. He kind of divvies out 50 win, kind of pouches it up for him and gives it to him. He says, thank you for your, trouble. He kind of turns back to the...
He takes it and he goes, I can't accept this.
He says, please.
So, okay. And he puts it in his pocket and he says, most workers don't even get paid a single win in a week.
Android kind of, thinks about this for a second, and he says, well, to put it this way, 10 gold to me is a drop in the bucket. That is a very insignificant amount of currency to me, and I realize that he kind of stops for a moment and he looks back and he says, he looks around where he's at and he's like, let's talk about this somewhere else. He kind of turns back to the frog dude and he's like, thank you. He kind of turns and like hurries out of the tent.
As you guys are leaving, Agaragis, the Koatoa who was doing the transaction, he comes walking up to you. And he's just staring at you for a minute. And when Android was talking to him, he looked normal, but now you notice that he's all of a sudden crying blood. He's got one streak of blood going down his face, like around his nose, the nose area, and it's down. And it's not streaming, it's just there, like it streaked and then stopped. And he's just looking at you, and his eyes now look different. The whites of them, or the yellow of them, have become more profound, and they're bloodshot now. And where the pupils were have changed almost. They look like weird hourglasses instead of like slits like you would see on a toad. And he's just staring at you. And as you look deeper in there, it looks like there's flecks, almost like the night sky, which you see in the stars. And he says, she sees you. I see you. She sees you.
Is anyone standing next to you, Garricus?
I mean, everybody was about to leave, but I mean, whether or not they could all roll a listen if they want. Well, you know what? It's up to y'all whether or not you notice this or not and stop to look. That's up to them. So we can find that out right now. Does anybody take notice to this as you're walking off with Kazo, or do you all just go, pitter patter?
Going our merry little way.
Yeah.
I think I'll be fair and roll a listen to see if I hear it, because I was the one that initiated the idea, no, let's leave. I just realized what I was saying in an open setting.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay. So, Android, because you guys, this isn't this isn't one of those situations where it would be easy to, or hard to hear this, you know what I mean? It's, you're just about to walk off and everything, and it's not like you're in a really loud place and there's a lot of noise or anything. So yeah, I'd say based upon an 18 android, you just stop and you're just like, what the, you know? And because androids stop, naturally Kazo would stop. So I will allow Uquil and Zoltan to stop should they want to as well. But that's up to them.
Yeah, I was gonna say Yuko probably would have stopped, but I don't know if he would have been like trying to figure out what was being said, just more of like the fuck.
Wait, was to hold it?
Yeah, like what the fuck?
Yeah, what are we doing?
They have drinks. Why are we standing here?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
Android
party
was
about to go on, guys.
Yeah.
Right.
What about
He said
Zoltan?
there's things that go boom. There's shiny things.
Yeah. Yeah, they.
Yeah. I think Android just kind of stops like, hold on, wait, what? And like, you know, looks back to see what's going on. You know, he's just more assessing still before he says anything. Just kind of like, what the fuck did that thing just say? Is he who is he talking to? Which one of us? Like,
And what about
that's some weird shit to say.
Yeah, what about Zoltan?
Yeah, what about?
Yeah, what about him? Yeah, where is he? Did we lose Zoltan?
He should be there. Oh, he must be having issues then.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're here. I hear you.
No, I said Zoltan stopped because everyone else stopped and he started walking and no one was beside him anymore.
So this is what I get. This is the picture I get. He starts doing that with the Garrigus, and then Android just stops. Like Android, Kazo, and Uquil make it a few steps before they stop, and they're like, "What is going on?" And then Zoltan's just walking, and he's almost to the entrance before he looks over to say something, and then just stops and goes, "Well, what the crap?" And then turns around, looks, and sees everybody still standing back there, like, "What's going on?"
Yeah, that's exactly what Zoltan's doing.
Yeah. So, anyways, Agaragis, so he's just like, "I see you." So, what was Agaragis doing now?
If there's anybody right next to me, I'm gonna have like a Garrus kind of like look over his shoulder at them and like tug on their pants and kind of like look back at the guy and like, what does that mean?
You quill, get him.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you're kind of like grabbing at Uquil now and just kind of, and Uquil's looking over at this guy and he says, and the Koatoa, he just says, "She says hurry up." And with that, he like blinks a little bit. And he's just like, and wipes his face and gets the blood off of it and licks it off his finger. But like, he doesn't lick it like letting his tongue out and running his finger down it like you normally would see. He like holds his finger out and you watch his tongue just like slash out and lick his finger and then like back into his mouth.
Whip.
Yeah, just like that. And he's like,
Yeah.
He goes, "Oh, you." He goes, "While you're here, speak to Bakhtu. You've got something." Or Bakhtu. I can't pronounce it. Why did I write this name? Why did I make this name if I can't even pronounce it?
Is that something you do?
Batku. Speak to Batku.
He's saying that to who?
He's saying that to Agaragis.
Batku.
Batku.
Okay.
Says they might help you.
Yeah, Yuko was just looking down at the mushroom like, the fuck?
And then he walks back over and starts overseeing the money changers.
Android's like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, Yuko was just at a loss. Like
I'm looking at the mushroom now too.
he didn't register like most of that conversation, but he's just like, he knows the mushroom was pulling on him, being like, "Get him, tiger." He's like, "Oh, huh? But why?"
For all the intents and purposes, Kazu's just like I said, really freaking weird.
Yeah.
To be fair,
What does that mean? Android's kind of like standing there really confused now. You know, like he takes his hat off and scratches his head. He's like, do you know what that means, Mushroom?
He just kind of shrugs.
Android kind of gives him a side eye. You know, and it's like, well, do not kill anybody.
He just kind of like grunts and like shakes his head as in like, okay.
Hey,
Yuko snickers.
It said,
it's like,
go ahead.
Android's like, there's nothing else, you know, and he kind of looks around, checks his shadow real quick.
Roll a spot.
Oh, I know there's something in there.
Oh,
I just know
there's
it.
nothing. There's nothing
I
there.
can see the grain. The grain.
Although I will say, while you're checking your shadow, something clicks in your head and you get to looking around. And one, you realize, oh, Zoltan's already over there standing at the entrance of the tent with his arms crossed looking at you guys like, what are y'all doing? You know? I could see Zoltan even like holding his arms up and shrugging like, what are you guys doing? You know? But something else too, you're looking around and you realize, where did Elsa go? Like she was just here. She was just here.
Android just kind of clears his throat and he's like, well, everybody keep your ear low to the ground for Elsa. I hope she just climbed into the bag of holding and is fine.
Elsa may never climb back into that bag of holding again.
I know, and I don't blame her. In any case.
Yeah, so so you guys begin making your way back out, and it's about that time as you're walking out, you just see one of the Kuatoa. He's sitting there smoking on one of those long pipes, and he just looks freaking out of it. But as you're walking out, he looks up at you, Agargus, and you see again that look in the eyes with the red teardrop and everything. And he just waves goodbye at you and goes back to smoking his pipe. He just looks completely dazed, like almost like he doesn't even know where he is. But he's got enough coherence in his face that it's almost like he recognizes you as he waves.
Agaricus kind of like cocks his head to the side as if he's trying to understand it, and just kind of like waves by.
Oh, bye-bye.
All innocently.
I'll see you on the other side.
It just lowers its head and goes back to smoking the pipe, looking just completely out of it.
Yeah, me too.
So you guys get outside and Kazu's like, oh. and he kind of whispers, he's like, unpleasant. Unpleasant.
Android's like, yeah. He says, well, as I was saying, I suppose he's still continuing in a bit of a hushed tone, you know, trying to be careful of who's around, but he's like, that's not a lot of money to me. So if that's going to help you and, you know, give you the ability to have a good time at this party, then take it. It's not a big deal to me.
It's like, well, I do appreciate that, Android. The great hair was right about you. He looks over at you, Yuquil, and he says, good luck at the Jinzu.
Hugo just kind of nods his head. Thanks.
And then he realizes that, like, he just instantly reads your expression. He goes, oh crap. I spoke out of turn.
He just kind of cocks his head. He's like, sure. It's just like, drink? Yes? Yes? Yes?
You can't speak out of turn with this guy.
He goes, well, I was about to go back to the lily pond. If you guys want to go with me, we can have a few drinks there, and I can acclimate you to this place a little bit, and then if you all want, you can go wandering around and seeing what there is to see.
Let's go for it. Party.
Yetimus Maximus.
He says, all right then, and leads you guys back, and before too long, next thing you know, you guys are at the lily pond and drinking. Kazo's over there playing checkers with Shen. You guys are drinking what they call fire wine, which is it's served warm, and that's why they call it fire wine, because it's almost got like a heat to it in your throat, but it's not unpleasant. There is a bit of a cinnamon aftertaste with it, and it's quite strong, and it seems to be the only kind of liquor in these lands. They don't have like a huge selection of like different ales and beers and things like that. No, it's basically everybody sits around and they drink fire wine and get completely hammered off of this. Once again, you see people throwing poppers at each other, just pop, and everybody's laughing and enjoying. And like I said, you see many other games of this, what Kazo called checkers, and it's a game like you guys haven't seen before. It's basically, I know I'm about to explain what checkers looks like, but you know what checkers looks like, right? It's a board, it's a grid. You got black and red discs, and basically they're just playing checkers. You know, but
Excellent.
for the sake of the characters, you guys have never seen checkers before, you know, and so yeah, like that is not a game from your homeland, you know.
Weird.
Yeah, none of you have ever seen checkers before. It's like oddly enough, they're also playing another game where they have these like what looks like clay discs, almost rectangular discs, and they've got like different pictures drawn on it, and depending, like, you don't really understand their language, so you're not really yeah, you're not entirely sure what their language is or what determines a win or a lose, but they're playing it, and they'll like flip over they'll all bet on the different discs and stuff, and when they flip them over and stuff, you'll hear them, and some people will be making win and some won't, you know what I mean? Like, you've never that's another game you've never seen, but you got guys over there, yeah, just playing these elongated, what looks like an elongated lute, and it lays across their lap, and they just pluck at it, and they're just ding, 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 you know? And as the sun has now officially set, people seem to be getting really into it now. People are dancing on tables and laughing and just really enjoying themselves.
I'm gonna take this moment real quick to hand out 100 win to Uquil, Zoltan, and Agaricus, and say, here's your allowance, kiddos.
What a dick.
Oh, Uquil's not at all offended. He's like, I'm happy to spend your money.
Yeah, because I'm true to my word. This will come out of, 10 gold, but it's coming out of my cut.
As you guys are playing, so is it, as you guys are like hanging out and stuff, you see different vendors walking in with like different things, some of them have what looks like to be different kinds of fireworks. Others have different like meats. Some have different like flavors of fire wine and different things like that. And they're all just trying to peddle it and whatnot. You even have some Koatoa coming in, and you can tell that they're vendors, but they're not like just openly like putting their stuff on display. Like they're walking up and just kind of standing there, and every once in a while somebody will like point at him, and he'll walk up, and you'll watch as they'll make like this real like sly exchange where they'll shake hands. And for a brief moment there, you can see somebody slipping wind into the hand as he slips like a baggie of something else. As the Koatoa slips a baggie of something else into his hand, and then he'll take it real quick and then kind of look around and dump like a powder into his fire wine and kind of stir it up and go to drinking it.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah. But everybody seems to be in good spirits and everything. That is up until the room gets quiet for a second. Like everybody's just kind of, and then all of a sudden everything just dies down as a group of men enter the room. They come walking in, and they are all decked in armor, made of what looks like green stone almost. It's very ornate and it shines. It is green jade. And they're just kind of looking around for a minute. And everyone's just kind of holding their breath. It feels like there's a tension in the room. And then you watch as one of them goes walking over to the counter, and a group of them go and find a spot to sit down at, and he orders a pitcher of fire wine. And the second he orders a pitcher of fire wine, everybody goes back to doing what they're doing. They're like, oh, ding, 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 and everybody just goes back to having a good time. Yes. So, about this time, what is the group doing? What is everybody else doing?
It's gonna turn to Kazo, because he's still with us, right?
He's over there playing checkers with Shen, but, I mean, like, he's not without, yeah.
Yeah, Android's gonna go over to Kazo and be like, what the fuck was that about?
So, he goes, those are some of the Jade Mercenary. And when he says that, Shen, like, very drunkenly leans forward and spits, like he's gonna spit on the ground disrespectfully, but he accidentally spits on the checkerboard. And freaking Kazo goes, God's dang it, Shen! You blubbering idiot! Like, naturally, the Pengzhong mercenaries don't like the Jade mercenaries, but the Jade mercenary are...
They're dicks.
Yeah.
Steer clear of them.
Well, legend has it that once upon it that they were actually the first shogunate. And it wasn't until the wasn't until Cao Zu's shogunate came around that they lost all of it, I guess you could say. Okay. The shogun of the Cao Zu shogunate right now, Tenkai, he's not the original. It was his great ancestor, as it were, who supposedly was the first to overthrow the Jade Empire, as they were known. And now they've still kind of got this like belief that they're a shogunate without land, as it were. So they tend to kind of act like with an air like they are above us common people.
I see.
Is it? He goes, oh, I'll, and he kind of hiccups for a minute, and you realize he's kind of drunk. He goes, I'll break it down for you for a minute. And Shen goes, oh, screw that. I'll break it down for him. And freaking Kazo just like places a hand on Shen's big old face and just pushes him back. And he's like, he goes, I'll break this down for you. There are shogunates here that basically are like the great empires of our land, as it were. He says, you have the shogunates. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. He goes, there's 5 now, I think. He goes, you got the Yakuzan, and he points over at the ox-looking dude. He goes, that's a shogunate. He goes, you know the dragoons, obviously. Then you got the Cao Zu shogunate, and he just points over at like a random looking warrior who is also wearing armor and looks fairly ornate. And he says, yeah, you got the Koatua shogunate, who you've met. And then you got the 6 demon shogunate. He goes, I don't see any of them around, but they'll probably arrive tomorrow. He goes, and then you got
the last one?
the 6 demon?
The 6 demon.
Yes, he goes, now if you think that people think the Jade or the Kuatoa or something, people don't like the 6 demon. He goes, they are, and he tries to think of a word, and Shen goes, they're blasphemers is what they are. Kazo goes, he's out of line, but he's right. He goes, they're blasphemers. He goes, but yeah, then you have the different tribes, mainly of the Sangun Mountains. You got my tribe, the Banzai. You got the Ibixian, you got the Kitsune, the Nizumi, and the Hu. We are the tribes.
The who?
And then you've got the mercenary groups, like the Pengzhong here, and the Jade, and the Dog G. They don't really have a home. They've got headquarters located somewhere, but they won't tell anybody anywhere. Ain't that right, Shin? Shin's like, that's right. He goes, so, but, you know, they're mercenaries for hire. Any of the shogunates or tribes can hire any of them, should they want to try and make the moves. He goes, I don't see any of the monks from the Golden Lotus here either, but they may not show up, or they may show up till tomorrow. They may show up tomorrow as well. They're very staunch, those ones. They don't like to engage in the revelry of the Jingzhou. They're all business. So
Party poopers.
he goes, yeah. And that's not even including the Westerners. We do have some people from around your parts, I think, that have a little mercenary group too. It was I don't really remember what their names are though, but they're strange. They're strange. They wear big old plates of armor that are, you know, steel, and they worship the wolf or something.
The wolf.
Yeah. He goes, I don't see them either, but they he goes, their headquarters are easy to find though, because they live in this they openly live in the Six Demon Shogunate. Yeah, they stay there. So he's like, that's a whole different story. The Jade mercenaries though, they think that they're a part of some long lost shogunate, that long dead shogunate that meh. He goes, them. I kind of at him.
Nice. This is real self-righteous, I guess.
He goes, if you call it that. He goes, between you and me, the most self-righteous people in the lands, we're in their home right now. They think,
Wow.
man, they think they're something special just because they've got a few dragons working for them, you know? He's kind of whispering it at you. He's
Wild.
like, they think they're all special or something, but here's the thing, right? Those dragons haven't done nothing. Because they ain't nothing but nothing. All they do is sit in their little caves and bark at people, and everybody's supposed to listen. But they don't ever come out. I've never even seen them.
Are you calling their authenticity into question?
He says, no. Because that's impossible. They have to be real, right? Because, you know, Cao Zhu has won the honorable, the Jingzhou, like, you know, 4 years in a row now, or four times in a row now. And he, you know, every time he does, he comes out with a different power. The man's got more breath weapons than I've ever seen in my life. That's why his shogunate is the strongest in the lands now.
Well,
Something's got to be giving him the ability, right?
I would think, you know, I just, you know, didn't know if there was any reason to doubt it. But, I think the last thing I want to do is piss off a dragon.
He goes, well, here's the thing. How do we know they're as strong as they say they are? I mean, sure, I've seen them.
Well,
I mean,
if they can impart great powers.
we've seen them. I mean, kind of. We've kind of seen them. But, I mean, we've never actually seen them. You know, you win the Jingzhou, and then you get to go in there, and supposedly they grant you some kind of gift. And then,
How loudly is he saying this? Like, can you pick up on it or not?
yeah, we could say Yuquil's sitting there with him, if you want. Yeah, I can't see why you wouldn't be. Just sitting there, chugging down some fire wine, listening to this. Yeah. No biggie.
You quill nonchalantly, like, just, you know why. And he just kind of snickers in Draconic, says, be careful for what you do not know.
He looks over at you, Will, and he says, that's... And he takes a drink and he goes, that's almost right. And then he corrects you in Draconic a little bit and he goes, that's the ancient tongue, boy. He goes, if you're going to be their champion this year, you better learn their language.
Yuquil just smiles and he's gonna get one of the fireworks and give it a little breathy breath. He's gonna show that he's already coming a little more prepared than he's given credit for. It's already got a breath weapon.
He's like, oh, so the rumors are true. The gray hair wasn't lying. He goes, you really are like a dragon man. With that, Shin goes, oh, holy crap. He goes, hey, Poe, come look at this. And some little fat panda who sounds like Jack Black comes walking up and he's like, what? No, I'm just kidding. He's like, hey, but his name is Poe. He's like, hey, Poe, come look at this. He's like, this man's got a breath weapon already. And when he says that,
Is he the dragon warrior?
Yeah.
When he says,
I get the scroll that's blank.
yeah, Kazo
And they
like
get pissed off.
Kazo's like quick to like slap Poe in the face, and he's like, or not Poe, but Shen. He's like, shut up. He's like, don't. He's like, he grabs the firework and throws it, and it pops. Boom. He's like, oh, nothing to see here, everybody. Nothing to see here. Shen's been drinking too much of the fire wine, and he thought that the firework was a breath weapon. The fat idiot. Everybody's like, go ahead and roll me a spot.
Everyone? Or just you, Quill?
Everyone. Go ahead, everyone, roll me a spot.
Everybody.
Well, okay, I'll tell you what. Everybody who wants to. How many of you want to? Tell me now.
Android's gonna.
You, Quill, are you gonna roll a spot? Don't roll the spot yet. Don't anybody roll yet. Agargus, are you gonna roll a spot?
Sure.
Zoltan, are you
Yes.
gonna roll a spot? Yes. Okay, so since everybody's gonna roll a spot, one of you is bound to see it, right? So,
You would think so.
yeah, one of you's bound to see this. So, okay, so Agargus, everybody else is like, just trying to, like, kind of confused as to why Kazo would, hush this up. But Agargus, you happen to look over and you're the only one who notices that, the Jade Warriors over at the table are now staring at you, Quill, very intently for a minute. And then they go back to drinking, but you can now see them talking amongst one another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Kazo says, nobody, not even the Dragoon, can set things on fire with their breath. Keep that to yourself.
Yuko just kind of raises an eyebrow.
It says, their weapons are not like your weapons. But, interesting. I see now that the legends are true, that there once were dragons who could breathe fire. Interesting.
Yeah, Yuko, like, he's not gonna let it be known, but it's like that sinister smile is like, oh, he thinks the fire's cool. If he only knew.
Says this is
You could go Super Saiyan.
I think that
Did I ever thought.
Not just the Super Saiyan. You forget he has his backup breath weapon that he never uses.
says maybe it is an omen. I think maybe the great hair was right. Maybe this is an omen. Interesting.
Fascinating, darling.
Says yes.
Android slaps you Quill on the back and he's like, you can fit so much fire in there.
Equal just shakes his head.
Mm-hmm.
He says, if you win, will you come back and tell me if there's actual dragons?
Equal looks at him kind of funny. He's like, so you don't think there's dragons like at all?
He says, I don't know what happens to a person when they enter that cave. Not even Cao Zhu, not even Tenkai Cao Zhu will tell us. All I know is that you go in there and you come out and he's got breath weapons. But supposedly there's more that they'll do for you besides just that. Like, you know. They can... He goes, you don't... Says you don't understand, but if to win the Honorable Jinzu means that the dragons will grant you a gift. Of a sorts.
You better win.
He says the breath weapons just... Yeah, they're just one of them. But there's others. You know, there's other things that they'll do for you. If
What if you get wings?
he says, well, he goes, nobody's gotten wings per se, but I have heard that like they'll grant you like knowledge if knowledge is what you seek. So the only reason why Tenkai has the breath weapons is because Tenkai is very selfish. And he will, and he's used it only on himself. But apparently they will do other things as well. So there's that as well. I don't know what all the gifts are, because not really many people have taken them up on the other gifts. But yeah, apparently you can get other things as well. So yeah. Again, I don't know. But if there are dragons, and there really are dragons, I would be interested to know if they really exist.
Equals like, at this very second, debatable. In the past, definitely.
Says, well,
He's like, I'll leave you with that guaranteed. But yes, at one time they were about.
says, see, there are some who believe that because the Dragoon exist. But there are some who just think the Dragoon are inflating their ancestry. I myself am in more of the mind where seeing is believing, right?
Equals like, I can't attest to their authenticity of their claim. But yes, actual dragons is like, I don't know if they're actually related. Couldn't begin to tell you. At the faintest. Is that something he could like pull from his melding? I guess if you want to call it that. His essence.
Says, oh. He looks at you and goes, how do you know that?
He kind of scratches his head. He's like, well, see what happened was. He kind of looks at Android. He's like, it could hurt to tell him?
Android kind of shrugs and he's like, well, I mean, he's helped us, we helped him. I don't think it would hurt to tell him, just, you know, he kind of looks around and he's like, maintain low tones.
What kind of shakes the head? He's like, I technically met one personally. Like, yeah.
Oh, you met a dragon. You're saying you met a dragon.
He looks at Andrew and he's like, he wasn't like there, but he was there, right?
When you went, was this when you went into the chamber with the
What, yeah.
dragon mama?
No, that's what when Fenrir imbued me with his powers.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've
It was
been
a
there
mystery.
for some of it, at least.
You close kind of like, you know, like, yes, he was there, but no, he wasn't. It was more of like,
Android kind of thinks, and he's like, was that when we were doing the thing with the Formians?
yeah, it would have been back then, wouldn't it?
Android's kind of like, was that when I went solo for a little while?
Who was around?
I might not have been there for that specific event.
I'm trying to remember who was with me when I got the totem. Bro, that was so fucking long ago, I low-key don't remember.
So as you guys are standing there talking about this, you hear a voice from behind you go, he has the spirit of our ancestors. That's all you really need to know, Kazo. And you guys are kind of taken a surprise for a minute, but you recognize the voice to be Lao D, the dragoon farmer that you all met back in the little village, you know, who
yeah.
took a liking to Elsa because
Yeah.
you know he's got a daughter. And Kazo just looks at him and goes, "Oh, Lao D, when did you get here?" And he goes, "Oh, about 20 minutes ago." He goes, "Tell your great hair to mind his own business." Kazo's just like, all right. Keep your secrets. I'm just about to beat Chen here at checkers. You want to get in when you want to get at it?
Wait a second.
Lao D's just like, in your state, I would wipe the floor with all. I would take all your win. He looks at you two and he goes, I see you all are enjoying your festivities.
Sure. Yes.
He goes, well, it is good to see you again. Where is your daughter?
Good question. She has this tendency to crawl into my bag. I wasn't sure if that was the case this time. She seems to be a little spooked of it, but
Not sexual
we're
relations.
trying to keep an eye out for her. We had no lead to go on.
It says crawl into your bag.
Yeah, I
Well,
can put a person in there.
says I see. Well, that, like some things, is just not really for me to understand, now is it, Kazo? Kazo just kind of waves him off. Says, oh. He says, well, I'm glad you all are having a good time. Word of advice, don't let the fire wine loosen your tongues about too many things. With that said, I have not come here to join you in ceremony. I've actually come to speak with you on a personal matter. And I was hoping that my daughter could meet your daughter and they could play, but alas, it does not seem like it will be. However, I would like to
Well, if it eases your mind, I hope that our lesser concern doesn't bother you, being as she's older than any one of us in this group by order of technicality. He just kind of shrugs. He says she can most certainly take care of herself. We'll just have to keep an eye out to find her again. He says, but I'm sure something could be arranged if you still wanted to introduce them at a later date.
Yes. I'm not entirely sure. He says, but you come from a strange place, and the fact that you're telling me a little girl is actually older than you are should not surprise me, though it does.
Look, trust me, that's not the only thing.
But I'm sure my daughter would appreciate it, all the same. Especially since it'll be like she's getting to meet a child who is not a child or something. It'll be an interesting story to tell her friends, to say the least.
I mean, she's still childish in a sense. She probably just got distracted by a rat or something and snuck off to hunt it down, and will catch back up with us. You know, she's still childish in that sense. She's just more than capable.
When you say she's hunting a rat, one of the days Zumi kind of looks up over at you for a minute. He's like, goes back to
Not you, Nunbread.
Not you, Advent Calendar. Yeah, he says, well, if I may speak with you and your group for a minute, I would, like to, tell you what my business here is actually. I wasn't going to come to this year's Jingzhou, but I was, requested that I send you this message. But it is quite private.
Okay, yeah.
Says, now, at this point, I don't really know. Here's my thing. Like, I'm just assuming that you all are just hanging out. Like, Agaragis and Zoltan are with you guys still and everything. So, unless Zoltan and Agaragis want to go off and do their own thing for a minute, that's fine. Just let me know. But at this point, as you all step outside of the lily pond, Laudi, he's standing out there with you all, and he says, so, I received an important message. How do I explain it? I don't know if you all are familiar with what is divination, where you come from. But in my lands, we have what is effectively known as the shaman. You've met one of my shaman already, when you were in my village, Nani Nani, and she sent you to speak with Ma Zaru, who is the great shaman of these lands. Nani Nani is able to sometimes see and know things, much like Ma Zaru and other shamans. She seems to think that there's a plot to assassinate Ma Zaru. And she said for whatever reason that I needed to bring the information to you. And why she sent me, I guess, is because I'm a familiar face.
Okay, so we just need to make sure that this Mazaru, is that what it was?
Yeah, the shaman that you guys met, the dragon mama, as you put her.
Right,
Mhm.
Nani Nani.
Yeah, the one who bore Coral and Larethian's children.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yin and Yang.
Mm-hmm. Of course, you see the problem that this causes, because if Mazaru is killed during the Jingzhu,
Right. So we have to just make sure that this Mazaru doesn't get killed. Is that it?
yes and no. She seems to think that Nani Nani seems to think that there's a conspiracy behind it. That it's not just a matter of protecting Mazaru as much as it is finding who's behind it.
I see.
She says it's almost a guarantee that she's going to die if we can't find who's responsible for it before it happens.
Well, shit.
He says, which puts us in an awkward situation, and he points at you, Yuquil, and he says, because, and I don't know if you've been made aware of this or not, but it was almost destined to be, from the moment Nani Nani spoke with you to Mazaru, you're going to be entered into the Jingzhu, I imagine, this year.
One up the street.
Well, the Dragoon haven't had a contestant since the beginning of the Jingzhu. We've never had an honored chosen before. You are going to be the first honored chosen ever, which means he's going to have to compete. And the rest of you are going to have to figure out what is going on. Which I don't know if they coincide with one another or not, but something seems to be off this year.
I don't get to punch nothing in the dick. Damn it.
He goes, oh, you'll get to hurt something.
Yeah, you can punch him in the dick. Just make sure that you don't blow a hole out the other side.
Takes all the fun out of it.
He goes, has nobody ever explained to you what the Jingzhu actually is? And he looks at you. Yuquil?
Yuquil kind of shakes his head, and he's just like, not really, just, I guess, a fight. And then he looks right back at Adler, and he's like, you know I like to punch through people's fucking spines?
I thought it was like a foot race sort of thing when I was talking to people about it. There was like iffiness on the direct translation. I thought it was like the Budokai Tenkaichi, the strongest under the heavens or whatever, you know? It's like...
Well,
yeah.
It is. It is a race. But the race doesn't actually... the race doesn't happen with people watching. He says the race is the last part. He says you, the honored chosen, the last of the honored chosen get to race our ancestors. It's really a tournament between the ancestors, really, and you guys are just there to watch.
What does that mean?
He says it just means what it means.
Like you can see the incorporeal specters of your ancestors in a foot race against your current chosen.
He says no.
That's what it sounds like you're saying.
He says no. The ancestors, and he says the dragons. You know them as dragons. our ancestors. He says it's basically a tournament of 3 stages. You have the very first stage where all the honored chosen basically duel one another, and once we whittle those down, you go into the test of mind, body, and soul, and that's when you get to meet our ancestors, and they're going to test you, mind, body, and soul.
Oh.
If you can survive that, then the final 4 will get to ride our ancestors into the sky, and they hold a secret race for one another.
This underdog.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's quite competitive. I hear. I've never been to one of the races. Nobody has.
Interesting.
The only thing we get to see is the first stage, and that is when the honored chosen are dueling one another. So there's gonna be a 2-day competition of you basically beating the crap out of one another to see who is going to be the strongest. And when that's done,
Android kind of turns to you, Quill, and he's like, "Well then, love, make us proud."
He just smiles and is like, always, baby.
it says, and when that's
Yes, this is
done,
fate.
you'll go into the cave, and our ancestors will take it from there. And the final day, you'll emerge and go to the race, whatever that race entails. It says again, nobody's ever seen it. It's said that if you look strongly enough into the sky, you can just barely make them out.
I'll shine bright like a diamond.
Indeed.
You got this.
Every day that ends in Y.
It says, I can't believe they didn't tell you. He was like, he goes, the Shogun was supposed to tell you. He didn't tell you, did he?
Well, it was like a rough breakdown.
Like I said, there's some language barrier. We tried to piece it together.
He says, that's not what it is. He's like, far be it from me. And he kind of bows and he says, just a simple commoner to speak out against our Shogun. But Kara Jin does not like outsiders. You notice that he's still in his palace, not even taking place in the festivities. And you won't see him again until after. He doesn't even actually, he makes an appearance on the final day of the Jingzhu because it's what's required of him. But if he had his way, he wouldn't even bother that. He doesn't seem he doesn't seem to think we should be hosting these things. He thinks it's beneath us, as it were.
You better pray I don't win. We're gonna act a fool. That's the motherfucker I got into the little spat with, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, he better pray I don't win.
Yes,
I'm
well,
walking up in that bitch.
when
I'm walking up in that bitch.
it was quite different when I was growing up. Our Shogun then was good, and he believed in what we were doing. Now, Kara Shin has replaced all the retainers and the mayor with his own little cronies, and they all uphold his will.
What you trying to say is he's a bitch ass. I'll let the audience finish that before.
says that's not quite my place, but all I mean is that since he is taking control, our taxes have gone up. We're more xenophobic than ever. He goes, heck, once upon a time, even though the Jinzu wasn't even going on, the Banzai would come and visit us frequently. Me and Kazo grew up as brothers. And this is the first time I've seen him in 30 years.
Yuko kind of checks it. Is there no, like, he's just empowered until the day he dies? Or like, how's that work? Like, I never really asked.
He goes, well, there is such a thing as bloodline. If Kara Shin has a child, that child will be guaranteed a seat as the shogun, but there can be an overthrowing, as he did. He won the people over, and the people, they paid no mind to what he was doing when he overthrew the original shogun. If you can accumulate power, then you can take your rightful seat. Such is the way of the shoguns. Such is the way of the shogunates.
Yuko just kind of smiles. He's like, I have to keep that in mind.
It was once upon a time, we had we had way more shogunates than we do now. He goes, the greater always eats the lesser. So, but yeah, since that's happened, our taxes have risen. We have less jobs. We only have one brewery anymore. It has gotten, and he, when I say we're xenophobic, I mean we're only friendly to those outsiders that Kara Jin has ties to. Meaning he does dealings outside of the shogunate with other places. I think we've gone to more wars to benefit his pocket than we ever have. Says it's a nasty affair. Says, but I shouldn't speak this too loudly, lest I be heard. It is what it is.
He's like, oh, no harm in speaking. Equal, like, gives that, like, knowing that he's loading his words. It's like, in a history lesson. I find it fascinating.
Says, well, it is one of these, it is one of those things. There's not much I can do about it. I'm just a farmer and gate watcher. Why he has me watching the gates anymore, I don't even know. Nobody uses them. But regardless, the Jingzhou is what's important. Because if Ma Zaru is assassinated, the Jingzhou will be no more. So we have to find a way to figure out who's behind this assassination. Or we're gonna go to war with who knows, and we'll probably win because we are Dragoon after all. But regardless, I mean, think of all the lives we'll lose. and we'll lose the Jingzhou too. And then when that happens, we'll take the land, and we'll probably close ourselves off forever. I don't want that. Most of the people don't. So we just have to figure this out. He goes, it's a shame I caught you all while you were in mid ravelry. He goes, I know my words are quite sobering, but with that said, I do encourage that you enjoy the festival, and I will lay down some footwork and figure out where to go first, at least who to talk to first or what to do. I'll be your man on the inside. Most people aren't going to talk to you right away.
Well, we'd appreciate that.
Because that's why I was sent. He says, well, with that said, go back, enjoy yourselves, and keep some of that information that you know to yourselves. And for
Will do.
And for whatever you do, there's nothing wrong with the great hair. But measure your words when it comes to letting him know too much.
Okay.
Alright.
Do you have something against him?
Says no.
I mean, begging your pardon, he kind of bows. He's like, I didn't know if
Says
you
no,
have an issue with
the
him.
Bunzai out of all the tribes are probably the most accepting. It's the fact that the gray hair has a habit of being hungry for knowledge, and the more he knows, the more danger he may be put into. There are those dragoon who harbor our secrets, and they may look at him knowing certain things about us as an act of war.
Oh, so it's like, don't put him in the crosshairs. Gotcha.
He kind of chuckles. He goes, I don't know if you were meaning to do that, but yeah, no, it's best that you don't.
Yeah.
It's best that you don't put him in danger. It's more for his safety. He goes, I truly don't believe the Bunzai would survive an all-out onslaught of Dragoon. Because they're a fierce tribe. They defend well against the other tribes, but an actual shogunate? No. So it's for his safety and your own.
Okay, well, I'll try to keep that in mind.
And with that, I leave you all to go back to the festival and enjoy yourselves. He says it's beginning in a few hours, you know. He says, and you'll know it. You'll know when it starts. With that, I'm going to take a quick break. I got to go to the bathroom and get something to drink.
Cool.
Sounds like a good plan. I didn't say.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, we.
All right, now we're back from our break.
That begs the question: which one is the bigger and the floppier of the two?
That's a good question. Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Anyway.
Wait, sir, the skirt stands up by itself?
Yeah.
What?
What?
All I know is it's not mine.
Yeah,
All I
fair.
know is it's not mine.
To be fair.
So,
But it could be.
Okay, so let's get back to it. So you guys are, so you guys go back to your partying, whatever, having a good time. Kazo is teaching, I'm guessing Android and Uquil more or less, because I think, although I don't know, Agargus and Zoltan might be paying attention too, but he's teaching you guys how to play checkers. All the same, showing you how it works and everything. He's like, see, you can only take something if it's diagonal, and if he's got it set up like this, then, and he like triple jumps Shen and goes, and that's what happens. And that's what
Android
happens,
slaps
Shen.
the table and goes, "Holy shit!"
Shen's like, oh, what?
This game is awesome.
He's like, oh, what? What? And, pretty soon you guys hear a bell start to ring. Boom, boom. It's not even a bell. It's more just like something, whach, whach. It's somebody hitting like a cymbal, a drum. And Kazo goes, oh, come on. It's time. He's like, come on. He's like, or we won't get a good spot. And he jumps up from the table, and like when he does, he just kicks the freaking checkerboard, just BAM! Sends it flying. Freaking Shen's like,
follows him, singing "Animal I've Become."
This motherfucker.
Just like, come on, you Quill.
as you guys are
Can't
walking,
You know the words.
This can't fucking stand
You know the words.
you.
as you guys are.
He may have had a tip.
As you guys are beginning to walk that direction and everything, Agargus, you feel a hand touch your shoulder, and when you turn around, you see it's
Stranger danger!
you see, you see that it's one of the Kuotoa. And this one doesn't look nearly as crazy, but it is wearing like a headdress of feathers, and its gown is more ornate, and it's got what looks like human bone, like wreathed in it like a sash. And it it says to you in a female voice, no less.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, in case you were wondering.
Well, we don't listen to those.
No,
You're just like, nope.
she can say that.
Yeah.
It's a girl.
Women can treat other women like trash.
Is it?
But it says to you, Agargus, she says, I am Batku. I understand I was to be looking. She says, come with me. We have much to discuss. You, I, and
If you want to live.
others. And then like a fly goes flying by, and you just watch her tongue lash out and catch it.
Mm.
She says, do not worry about these festivities. She says, I swear to you, no harm will come to you.
Can I tell my friends where I'm going?
She says, are you sure you want to?
He kind of like gives her a side eye and just kind of nods his head.
Says, fine. Good. Come with me. We have much to discuss. Your mistress, and I.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I have a mistress.
You do. But we'll get into that.
I was like, wait a minute, but okay.
He's like, I didn't get the memo. Fuck.
I didn't
Child
even have to
support's a
try.
bitch.
Yeah, we'll discuss more of that here in a minute. What Android, Uquil, and Zoltan all experience as you guys are walking through the Forgotten City. You are coming closer to the ocean. Like the city itself sits on the banks of the ocean. I want to say it's the Forgotten Ocean.
I really can't stand you.
Question mark? Maybe it's the Forgotten Ocean? Let me double check and make sure that's the right ocean that I'm talking about. Yeah. You guys are walking towards it's the Starboard Seas is where you're walking towards. It sits on the banks of the Starboard Seas. And, you guys come walking up and you see that a giant stage has been set. And the closer you get to this giant, it's basically just a makeshift stage, like it was put up this very day, built, this stage. As you guys get closer, people start setting off these wreaths that have fireworks attached to them, and when they do, the fireworks start spinning. And lights, the paper lanterns start getting lit, and some of them even get lit and put into the air, and they begin to float up into the sky and stuff, and fireworks begin to pop off. When you guys watch in the night sky as they begin to get lit up by hundreds of thousands of just sparkling lights of different colors, likes you've never seen before, and all of a sudden lights come onto the stage, lanterns get lit, and on the stage you see some very familiar faces, actually. You don't really, you recognize these people who are performing because you saw them when you guys were in the underworld performing inside the alcove. It is that large band who were playing then, though now they're here for some weird reason. And again, they've got the flute player and the guitar player and the singer and everything. I don't know if you guys really remember them as
didn't Android get on? Yeah, didn't Android get on stage and play with them?
Yeah. Yes, it's them same people. Yes. Only now they have a few others with them. They got a girl who is dancing with knives. Oh no, they still had that girl, but now they've got a girl who has a whip, and she's got this giant lion with her, and she's whipping at it, and he's performing tricks for people. They've got another woman who looks like she's actually originally comes from Pangshun. And she's standing there, and she's just kind of standing off to the side watching them. You've got another gentleman who's standing there. He wears a wide brim hat and a cloak. And when they all begin to start playing and everything, the man himself begins to speak, and he's like, "I present to you," and he's saying it in perfect he's speaking in their language, so Android, you recognize it easily. But he's like, I present to you the players, and they all begin to start playing their music and performing for these people. They got one guy who's set up off to the side. He's got like a little stand, and you can tell he's one of them too, because he's definitely a foreigner, and he's got like a jar of dice, and he's like, hurry, 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 step right up and take your chances against me, folks. Nobody beats Phoenix Nimble Thumb the gamer. And he's like rolling dice, and people are betting, and he's just taking win from them. Just and fireworks start popping off, and Kazo says, the Jingzhou has officially started. Go, enjoy yourselves. And he just kind of he points at somebody. He says, ah. He's like, ah, yes, you, come here, you. And he like goes over to just some female bonsai, and he grabs her and just begins to dance with her. What does everybody do? I suppose.
You jiggle with it?
Yeah, Android's gonna look at you, Quill. He's gonna put a hand on his chest, and he's gonna be like, don't lose your armor. He's gonna turn around and go walk it off, and he's gonna go hop on stage. And
Yuko just
playing
shakes
with
his head.
I will, I'm just uploading what all the players look like right now, just so for your guys' information, but I don't find it too important to
last line.
put them all into, describe all of them, unless one of you begin to talk to one of them. But yeah, they do have like a woman who's carrying a cannon, and she's just blasting fireworks out of the cannon into the sky. I mean, this woman is massive. Like she's bigger than you, Quill. You know what I mean? And she's just firing off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Again, you have the one gentleman who's got the wide brim hat, and he's sitting there, and he's just kind of directing it. He looks more like a ringleader or a conductor more than anything. You know, as the lady begins singing her songs in their native language. But it's definitely not typical music. When you were at the lily pad, the music they were playing sounds way different than what they're playing now. You know what I'm saying? In fact, their music sounds more akin to what you're used to hearing in taverns and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But everybody seems to be loving it. So you said you just go and hop on stage?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go hop on stage and just join in with them. I'm not gonna like take over necessarily. I'm just joining in.
So as you jump up on stage,
I mean, I know them, they know me. I just give them a nod of recognition and just join in.
Yeah, so as you jump on stage, the ringmaster, as it were, he looks at you because you haven't met him yet. He looks over at you and he says, ah! He goes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have ourselves a regular celebrity in the house tonight. Lord Android Farizon of House Farizon of the Inglorious Few. He says,
Chill.
He just smiles. He's like, pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Drek Danger, the Ringmaster. And I'm sure you know the other players. They said they made your acquaintance, and he like, now he's not yelling. He's just talking to you while then, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much music that like only you can hear what he's saying, basically. You know what I mean? This is as private a conversation as it can be. Nobody off stage can necessarily hear it. He says, they made your acquaintance in the alcove, I hear.
Yes.
He says, quite interesting. He says, you know, it's funny, Alberta, and he points to the singer, he says she thought that might be Android Horizon, but she wasn't sure. So I ask her, I say, well, what did he look like? And she explains it to me, and I said, well, did he have this badge upon him? And she recollected it, and I said, well, you silly cow, that was Android Horizon of the Inglorious Few.
Android cuts up. You silly cow. This is, okay.
He's like holding his like wide brim hat against his chest now, and he's just being real like gallant, you know what I mean? Like he's being real jovial. He's like she should have made your acquaintance a lot more, but I suppose that's what I get for sending my.
What does that mean?
It says that I sent my trope without me, and you never send the trope without the leader, correct? You know that. You grew up in the trope, did you not? From humble beginnings to lord of the house, as it were?
Yes.
He says, oh yes, I know all about you and yours. Make no doubt about it. We're kind of a like minds, you and I. Your group and mine. He says, we are the players. Maybe you've heard of us?
The android just kind of, you know.
He goes,
maybe.
He says, I see you've. He
I mean,
like.
We've met. So.
He says it's quite all right. It occurs to me that you probably don't know who the quest givers are.
Oh, we met Juxta?
The Slayer? Oh,
Yeah.
well.
He pointed us in that direction. We just, you know.
He goes,
Are
well.
here right now.
He goes, yes, well, my apologies that the first member of the adventurers would have to be Juxta. He is less than aristocratic, as it were. But
Sure.
But you and
like bad people.
well, no, apparently not, because you and yours are still here, so that's something. He's like, he may just be one man, but that one man is dangerous. Or hobgoblin, or whatever it is.
Slayer.
Yeah? Quite, indeed. He says, so, you have not gone by to see the quest givers yet?
Well, you see, what happened was... I'm gonna pull you quote here. We were following up on this thing, and, you know, some shit happened, and then we got a little sidetracked with another thing, and now we're here. We just haven't made it back around that way yet.
He says, so you don't have a continental pass to even be working here?
And he says, more permits.
He says, yes, your continental pass, and he kind of flashes you this little piece of paper, like, it's just like a little ticket, and then tucks it back away, and he goes, oh, good grief, you're here conducting business, and you haven't even gotten the okay from the quest givers. The legends of you and yours are true.
We came through the fucking Underdark. We came through the underground.
He says, oh. He says, I see. Well, he goes, well, it'll be just our little secret then, boy. I'll tell you what. He goes, we would be honored if you played with our group once more. The famed Android Horizon, bard of the trope. Going back to his humble roots. And, yeah, I hope to see you again. He goes, just out of curiosity, what kind of business are you here on anyways?
Well, just stay tuned. You'll see. Surely. No doubt.
He says, look, tell you what, we're not here on any official adventuring business. We just like to come and play the Jingzhou. But me and mine are quite capable if you need a hand with anything. We are, in fact, adventurers, as it were. And he flicks his hat in the air and catches it on his head. He's like, ta-da! And with that, he just like bows to you very deeply and then walks away and picks up his little horn again. And he goes, now, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, shut up, shut up, shut up. And everybody stops playing. He goes, now I present to you our guest player of the night. And he puts his hand over the deal and goes, what do you want to be known as then? The Bard!
Dealer's choice.
He doesn't even wait. He says, the Bard! And he sets down the megaphone once more, like his little makeshift megaphone horn, and he steps away. And then the one lute player with the big red beard and the lute and the green jacket, he just looks at you and he says, well, boyo, it's up to you. Start playing. He goes, if it's got rhythm, I can follow.
Okay. I suppose Android's gonna summon his air guitar. And I will a perform string instrument, I suppose.
When the second you summon the air guitar, everybody just kind of, ooh. They all, oh, and then you hear a few claps.
You close the gap.
Is it technically a masterwork instrument? Should I just leave that as no?
You could call it a masterwork instrument. That's fine. It's one of a kind.
I mean, it just asked when I clicked the thing, so.
Sure. Oh yeah. So you begin strumming, and what do? You describe to me how you draw these people in. How you pique their interest. Pluck the strings of their heart.
I guess Android starts playing Dragula.
Nice.
You know? I think that would pique their interest. They'd be like, what the fuck is this?
You course just looking around. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie.
Right.
Nice. Yeah, the second you start doing that, the bongo player, their percussionist, he begins to like follow you, you know, and everybody just starts, you know, kicking in with their own instruments, and next thing you know, yeah.
Do it, baby.
Do it, baby. Yeah. Yeah, pretty soon people are like, everybody in the crowd is like feeling like strange at first. They're just kind of, you know, and then one bumps into the next and the other one bumps into the next, and pretty soon they're just in this like huge shoving match and they don't know why. And pretty soon you've just got like a circle of people just in there just freaking moshing the crap out of one another, just shoving everybody. And yeah, everybody's
some chicken, you know, some chicken in a hat is on stage grinding a pole for no good reason.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've seen this show, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and the singer,
One of the oxen.
yeah, the singer, the redhead, she, for whatever reason, it's a rendition of the song that you guys had never heard before in your life, because she just, on the fly, just starts coming up with words. She's just like, "Dead I am the one exterminating sun, slipping through the..." Yeah. Yeah, and she just... Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
No, well, I'm not going to actually sing it, so you're going to have to live with that. For two reasons. One, because I can't sing, and for two, I can't sound like an actual woman when I sing, so...
You try.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Yeah, I haven't heard an effort yet, so I can't determine the validity of this statement.
You know what? What you just heard was my effort. So,
No, sir. No, sir.
yeah.
That was a lax in that of an effort.
That's
It's like if Rob Zombie's wife was trying to join in.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, have you seen that video?
Wait.
Have you seen that video of John Lennon and Chuck Berry singing together?
No.
It is so funny because they're singing together, right? And Yoko Ono's over there playing the tambourine, and because she's because she's Yoko Ono and she's all upset that, she can't have the attention. She does that. She just out of nowhere into the microphone, and the look Chuck Berry gets on his face.
Maybe I have seen
His eyes just get wide, and he's just over there looking at her like, if you were mine, I'd slap the...
These hands would be for you.
Yeah. It is so if you get a chance, look it up. Chuck Berry and John Lennon sing together, and Yoko ruins it like she does everything. It is so funny, dude. It is so funny, the look Chuck Berry gets on his face. Anyways, though, so while the festivities are going, Zoltan, you're kind of like looking around and everything, and the gamer, the one who calls himself the gamer, he happens to look at you and he says, "Oh, no other takers? No other takers?" And he looks over at you and he's shaking his dice and he goes, "How about you, boy? How about you, young, sturdy, half-elven man?" He goes,
Are we playing?
"You wanna
win is yours to lose."
yeah." He goes, "You wanna try and roll these bones against me, boy?"
Okay, we're using my currency name against me. I say, "What's up?" And now we all.
Well, technically, I used the term almost correctly because technically that's originally what they called it, was rolling the bones. But whatever. Them bones, rolling them bones.
Rolling them bones. How much I got? 100.
You got 100 win,
Oh man.
which is apparently a lot, like a lot.
A lot. We talking? What if?
Well,
So
I
how
mean,
much?
like a lot. Homeboy said that 50 win would be able to fund his entire fiasco tonight and still leave him with some left over in the morning, So,
Jesus Christ. How,
So a
is
lot,
there,
a
like,
lot.
100
So like,
100 win
what's
is
the buy-in? Do I have to
50
buy in, or can I just sit at the table?
He says, "It's a game of chance." He says, "I'll let you in for 1 win."
I take 1 win and I throw it on the table. But yep, this is how I start gambling, and this is why I'm a gambling addict.
One
How dare
win,
he.
drive a hard bargain.
Says the game,
My pocket, sir.
he says the game is simple.
1 win a day.
Says the game is simple. I got 5 dice in here. 5 dice, and he shows you the dice. Like, he drops them on the table and puts the cup over it, shakes it up, and then drops the dice again, and he says, just like that. He says, "You're going to bet real quick. You're either going to bet that you got 2 pair, 3 pair, 4 pair. You can bet on whether or not you got 2 pair and 3 pair. Or you can bet that you'll just get an easy 1 through 6. He goes, Or you can really double down and triple your money by simply saying you're going to get all sixes. Says, simple enough, isn't it, boy? And he says, and I'll even bet you 2 win. And he throws 2 win down on the ground, on the table. He goes, my 2 win versus your 1 win. What do you say? What do you say?
Alright, just to get this clear, because I'm just making sure. I can bet that I get a 2 pair, a 3 pair, or I can get a 2 and 3 pair, or I can go 1 through 6, or all 6s, correct?
Or you can bet that you're going to get 4 pair.
A 4 pair? Oh, Lord. Okay, this is going to be fun. Yep, I'll do it.
He says, all right, all right, all right. He says, here we go. We got a champion in the house, ladies and gentlemen. And he shakes it up. And then he goes, what are you betting? What are you betting, boy?
A 2 and 3 pair.
Okay. He's going for a full house, ladies and gentlemen. Full house. He's got no money because he's paying for everybody. And he throws it down. And lo and behold, you get your full house.
Yay.
And he says, oh, clever.
Now guess what? I have 3 wins.
He said, did you cheat? Did you cheat?
I would never.
He's all like looking you up and down, real suspicious. He goes, all right. He goes, give me a chance to win my money back. And he throws down 3 win.
This is where it all goes wrong.
Says you can throw.
Exactly.
He's like, my 3 win versus your 2 win, boy.
He let you win the first time.
Exactly.
That's how they all get you.
No.
Classic.
Alright, I gotta go for it again.
He points at an attractive kitsune and he says, you're not gonna chicken out in front of the girl, are you? Come on, show her what a man looks like.
Oh, here we go.
Oh god, he's gonna be a gambling addict. And he's gonna have a furry. Jesus Christ. Gambling with furries, son of a bitch.
Let's go. My
She's
whole
got a
entire
fox
life.
tail in her ass.
Yeah.
Show her my dick's big. Okay, round 2, let's get it.
He goes, all right, now we'll make this interesting. And as soon as you throw down the 2 win, he says, I'll bet against you. And I'll say, whatever you bet, I'll make a bet. And then if nothing happens, then we both walk away with whatever it is we bet. How's that sound? Make it fair, that way you're not cheating me. Says, okay, so I'll bet I get 3.
3?
He's like, shaking the, yep, 3.
I bet 4.
Says, all right. And he throws it down and nothing happens. Not a 3, not a 4. He says, all right. He puts his hand down and he goes, all right. Says, no, I'm walking away with my 3, you're walking away with your 2. Well, we can make it really interesting, boy. We can make it really interesting. He's like, let's give them something to really remember. He goes, I'll bet. And he throws down a whole bag of win. He goes, I'll bet this whole bag versus, and he goes, and I'll count it for you right now. There is at least 75 win in this bag. And all I'm asking from you is 30.
It's 30?
Is 30.
Alright.
Says, all right, all 6s for me. I'm all in right now.
All 6s?
All 6s, boy. He goes, I want to look good for the ladies tonight because I don't like sleeping alone.
So I got a choice of 1 through 6, 2 threes, 2s or 3s, 4s, and all. 1 through 6.
Meanwhile, everybody in the background is like, what is a Dragula? What is a...
Why is that big man in armor slamming in everybody?
What did you... Yeah. Meanwhile, you Quill's in there just body slamming dudes. Whoa, scoop slamming.
Being the leader of the mosh pit.
One dude runs at him like he's gonna freaking like bash into him, and you Quill just catches him and Randy Orton power slams him to perfection. Just
The German suplex.
yeah. What did you bet?
1 through 6.
1 through 6. Oh, you're going for a straight. He all shakes it up and throws the dice and he just boom and slams the cup down, and when he raises it up, he just looks at it and goes, Yahtzee! It's all 6s, and he snatches up your money. Zoltan, go ahead and roll a spot as he goes to slam the cup down. Go ahead and roll me a spot check.
I don't think it's letting me open my character sheet.
Do you need me to roll it?
Possibly.
Is Roll20 an app as well? Like, is it an app like
There
Discord
is
that you
a
can get?
companion app.
But like, can you get like in an app form, like you can Discord on the computer?
I don't know about on a computer, but on like tablets and stuff, at least there used to be a companion app. You just can't access the map or the board or anything. You can just access character sheets.
I'm
And
just
in my experience, the character sheets for 3.5 on the app are kind of wonky.
Well, the only reason why I'm asking is because ever since Roll20 started doing these different updates and everything, like adding new things and retweaking things and stuff, my Roll20 has been acting slow.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, like like I gotta like click things like more than once, and then I gotta sit there and wait. See, that's what it's saying. It just told me Roll20 is blah blah blah. Would you like to wait? And I'm like, well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of
I
need
would
it.
be open to looking into other, virtual tabletops.
Yeah, because this is getting ridiculous, and I don't know why. Because it at least used to run faster than this. You know what I'm saying?
So all
You said a
the
spot,
paid,
right?
yes, all the paid versions are substantially better, and they're trying to keep up with those.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody actually pays for Roll20, so you've got a bunch of just, Tom and Jerry's working on it for nothing.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, Zoltan.
Let's go, baby.
Good job.
I spot everything from afar.
You sure did too, because he rolled a 23, and you just got a 31. So, yeah. So as he goes to slap it down, you watch his fingers nimbly pluck one of the die. Like, you watch his fingers, not even one of the die. You watch his fingers nimbly pluck all the die out of the cup and and open his hands up with other die as he slams the cup down to where they all just like perfectly are on the 6. he basically just swapped die. He's got trick die, right? And he's like, haha, Yahtzee! And he goes to like take your money, and you in his other hand, he's got a fist, right? Where he's holding the die that he just traded out. Yeah.
That's not very nice.
No, it's called cheating.
I'm about. They said don't draw any weapons. I'm about to start casting spells.
Don't fucking kill any weapon.
Nah, you see, Zoltan's a smidgen drunk because we were all drinking. Zoltan doesn't like cheaters.
Just ask him to open his hand. Do not kill him.
I'm about to summon a whole ass comet and kill us all.
Thing that you could do at this moment. I mean, play as much D&D as you like. Actually, you know what? Don't let me gatekeep you in this situation. Fuck it, kill him.
that answer there is perfect. I'm not condoning your statement, but the way you phrased it, I condone that. Like, righteous when it is like, please don't. But yeah, who am I to tell you not to play D&D?
Yeah, I mean, fuck it. But still,
we might hate you, but play D&D, nigga.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, I'm gonna call him out for his cheating and tell him to open his other hand.
He stops and looks at you and he says, cheating? What cheating? He's like, he's still got his hand on like the money and he's just looking at you. He goes, nobody's cheating you, friend. He goes, you lost, boy. He goes, I'm lucky. That's all it is. You're unlucky.
So, may I ask why your other hand is in a ball?
He looks at it and he goes, I was nervous?
Well, if you don't mind clearing up my suspicions, can you put your hand above the table and open it up? The palm face down, please.
He goes, well, I could do that. He goes, or I could, and he quickly snatches the money up and he goes, or I could, take off. And he goes to run and he bumps right into this woman who's walked up behind him. She's a tall, she looks like she's from Pengshun. She's a human, but she's got long dark hair and she's wearing a long silk gown. And she's just she goes, you got caught. Give him back his money. He goes, but Sadiko, I won it fair and square. She goes, no, you didn't. She goes, he's one of the inglorious ones. So he's like, fine. And he tosses you back your money, and quickly, you watch his hand kind of go up underneath the stand, and you hear something get tossed. He goes, but I wasn't cheating, and he holds up both hands, and he's like, so ladies and gentlemen, just because he's a poor loser doesn't mean you all have to be. Step right up and try and see if you can beat this lucky man here. Phoenix Nimblethumb, the gamer. At this point, Sadako's walking around the stand, and she walks up to you, Zoltan, and she says, greetings. You have a strange aura about you.
Oh man, this again? Why is my time thing have to keep doing this? Anyways, greetings.
She goes, I am Sadako Izumura. I come from these lands, though I now travel with the players here. They call me a fortune teller, but I'm more of a reader, as it were. If you don't mind, I'd love to read your palm.
Wait, to clarify, did I ever pick up my money? I'm gonna pick up my money and put it back.
Well, you
Pick up my
did.
money real
You
quick.
did now. You've clarified it now.
Picking up my money. Give me that shit back. It's mine. I want his money too.
Oh no, he's done taking that back. He's.
I'm gonna go pickpocket him in a minute. Don't worry about it.
She's like,
I'm turn into a mouse and steal everything.
if you don't mind, of course, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable, but you just, like I said, you just have this aura about you that I'd love to, it'd be free, of course. I wouldn't charge you. I just want to read your palm. She can see how like preoccupied you are with Phoenix, but she's like, pay no mind to him. He's a shyster. That's why we bring him along. She goes, shall we?
We shall?
She takes you by the hand and begins to guide you towards her tent, which is set up on the beach, and just a little ways away. Fireworks are still going off. I mean, like, this is a party. And she takes you inside the tent. Agaragis,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to jump into the side narratives with me for a minute.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
She goes, oh.
That's enough. They get
Hello.
Hello.
So Batku, you know, she takes you once the lily pond is clear, you know, the tavern, as it were, the inn. It is, once it is cleared out, she just takes you over to a table, and she herself doesn't sit down. The table is more of just a formality, you know. Something that would feel familiar, I guess. Like, you know, when people are talking privately, they go and they sit down in the corner booth or whatever. But she herself doesn't ever actually sit down. She just takes you there to give you like a sense of familiarity. And she looks at you and she says, so I understand that you don't really comprehend what is going on here, do you?
He just kind of keeps looking at her.
She says, why did you not come find me when you were told to?
He explains that he was going to, he just hadn't necessarily done so yet.
She says, it wasn't She says, we of the Kuatua are capable of speaking with those beyond the simple comprehensions of others. She says, I'm sure we seem quite I'm sure it seems what we're doing is just lunacy to the average person. But what we are actually doing is we are speaking with others. And someone of great interest contacted me about you today. Do you know who it is that I speak of? Your mistress?
I think so.
She says, then you know what it is she requires you to do.
Yes.
And yet you still haven't done it.
I haven't found the right time.
It concerns her, you know.
Mm.
The longer you spend with these beings of flesh and blood, these finite husks, the longer she worries that maybe you're rallying to their cause.
I see, okay.
You're not, are you?
No.
Well, that is not for me to decide. I am but a messenger. But your mistress watches you. She watches you from the deep, the dark places that are just out of your sight. She can see you there. She sees you, Agaricus. And she's growing impatient. Get the hourglass off of him. And bring it to Dongi. Immediately.
Where, so, I take it to them, but where are they?
To Dongi?
Yeah.
Dongi's your circle leader. He's the one that gave you the task in the first place.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's okay. You haven't talked to him in a while. I understand if you can't remember every single one of the millions of NPCs I've created.
And I'm so bad at names.
Yeah. She says, return to the underworld and give it to Dongi. It's a simple task. Your mistress says cut it from his chest if you have to. It doesn't matter to her whether or not he survives the process or not. Just get it done.
Oh, okay.
One other thing. 2 gifts that may help you. One is from us, because your mistress has been kind to us in the past, and so I give you this as a favor to her. And she pulls out a book and hands it to you, and she says, that is what we call the Alchemist's Cookbook. Inside it are hundreds of recipes that you can use to make different alchemical potions that may aid you in your task. Anything from summonings to poisons to, healing if you so wish. But there is a wealth of knowledge within this book. Another gift, and this comes from your mistress. And she pulls out what looks like 3 or 4 like bottles, but they don't look like bottles. They look like just mushrooms, you know? It just looks like fungus, but they're bottles because they're hollow. And she pulls off the cap on one, and she shows you that it's hollow, and then she takes it and she says, "Here, take these." And she gives you all 5 of them, and as you take them, they hug to your body and then form inside of you. She says, "Don't be alarmed. You can call those bottles forth at any time. And they will, in essence, hold your potions that you craft."
Ah, okay.
She says, "Now, you've only got 5, but as you use a potion, you can always put another potion in there. But because they are of your same makeup, they will form into your body, and it won't be until you call one forth that you'll even notice that they're even there." And she says,
Oh.
"Yeah." And she says, and she pulls out a key that looks like a mushroom as well, you know? And she hands that to you, and she says, "That is a door to a pocket dimension, as it were. Inside that dimension, you will find a lab perfect for crafting your alchemy." She says, "It's rather big, and should you need to sleep there, you can. And you may be able to fit others in there, but there's not a lot of room. So don't try to overfill it full of your companions."
Interesting. Okay.
A mistress from your gift, a gift from mistress from your gift, a gift from your mistress. I know, what the heck, right? What is that? What is that? What am I doing? A gift.
That's how I talk.
Yeah. It's ridiculous, you know? I try to sound so professional for this thing, and nah. Anyways. She says, "A gift from your mistress." And, yeah, I actually have handouts for both things, so you can actually see how they work. Yeah, I will enable you to see them. I'm doing that right now. But yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So at any point in time, if you want, you can look at it, and, you know, and if you need Android, he can help you explain, like, what some of that stuff does. You know what I mean? Because there is some technicality to it. But none of it will have anything in there that will, I was real careful about the way I worded things, so none of it will be suspicious, you know? Although,
Yeah.
you know, Android the player, no, but you know what I'm saying, right?
I do, yeah.
That way,
So he won't know.
yeah, because there has to be some mystery in this game, or what are we doing?
Oh, right.
But yeah, that's from the DM to the player. Now, as the NPC to the character, hurry up, Agaricus. She is growing impatient with you. The gifts you have been given are all more than enough to get the job done. She doesn't care if you have to poison this fool just so you can cut it from his chest. Just get it done.
Will do.
She says, "Okay." And with that, she bows her head and leaves you to it. She says, "You had better catch up with your companions, then, as it were."
Okay.
All right, switching back.
Okie dokie.
Maybe I'm going back. All right. Zoltan. Hello?
Even dragons may be still.
Si, senor.
Okay, Zoltan.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna need you to jump into this. Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Zoltan, I'm gonna need you to jump into the side narratives with me now.
Alright.
Alrighty. Okay. You there?
Yep.
Okay, so as Sadako takes you to her tent, you go in there and it's what you'd expect to see in a fortune teller's tent. You know what I mean? She's got some chairs set up, she's got some incense burning, whatever. And she sits across from you at the table and motions for you to sit as she herself sits down. And she holds out both her hands from across the table, awaiting for your hand. She says, "May I?"
You may.
So she takes your hand in her hand and she begins to trace the lines in your palm with her fingernail. She says, "Oh, you're different. Half-born, which is obvious. You've studied the arts, but you're different, aren't you? Your connection with nature doesn't come from the outside world. No, you get yours from the deep." Says, "All that's pretty obvious, isn't it? I see that
One can say.
I see that there's great sadness in you here. Your mother and father. Yes. Sacrifice. They both sacrificed to keep you safe. You're not really welcomed in your homeland, are you?
Not really.
An exile. Hunted by... Oh. Not just hunted, but hunted by the greatest of your people. Your queen?
Yeah.
You have great and immense power, and you don't understand it yet, do you?"
Yeah.
Says, "Well, that explains some things." And with that, like her face becomes real grim, and she looks up at you and she says, "Oh. You're in great danger."
Oh, okay.
Says, "There are those who plot against you to take what you have." And she pats her heart. She says, "Your heart? Maybe? They want your heart? Maybe?"
No. Zoltan lifts up his shirt and shows her the hourglass.
She looks at it with interest for a minute. She says, "I see." She says, "That is the source of your power." She says, "It is great. It is immense, and I see here that if you can survive," she says, "you have two branching paths here." And she points to two lines on your hand that are following like one large line, and then you watch as the large line on your palm branches into two directions. She says, "Here, this is where you are. This direction," and she follows the line, but then it kind of vanishes. She says, that line ends. That is the end of your life. She says, or, and she follows the other line, she says, or you will do great things. But where you are now will determine which path you walk down. Either they will succeed in taking whatever that is from you, and your life will end, or you will come to understand it and be able to manipulate forces that... She says, I don't really understand that word. I don't understand what it's trying to tell me. But you will be able to manipulate something here. You have something here. And you will do much with it. She says, but you see this smaller line here? Be wary. The forces that seek to destroy you, their plot is great, and you must be wary of everyone. Trust no one with this knowledge. No one. And let no one know that you know, because their plot is already in action. And they think, no, they are closer to you than you realize. And she lets your hand go and kind of rubs her eyes for a minute like she's got a headache. She says, whew, I haven't read a poem that interesting in, well, maybe ever, really. You gave me a headache. She says, She says, if you don't mind me asking, where is it exactly you come from?
I come from the underworld, from...
I know of the underworld. You're an elf, aren't you? Or a drow, as they call it.
Yes.
My people have legend of your kind. Those who come from the mountains every once in a while to do trades with us. Mysterious, cruel. Aren't they?
It can be.
Some of the women in my village glamorize the drow. They say a society ran by women, you know. How perfect is that? But I myself have always kind of been on the fence about it, because I've also heard that your leaders can be quite cruel to you men.
That is correct.
She says, how strange. She goes, it's not much, it wasn't much different in my village, actually, only it was the men being cruel. Says, you and I are more alike than I think we realize. She says, I'm gonna be honest with you. We're not just a band of performers. We're also travelers like yourself, you and your group. We know who your leader, Android, and Uquil are. We've heard of them. Now, you and the others, we don't have a lot of tales of, so we're not entirely sure how you all fit in, but there is story of the others. We know who the Inglorious Few are. We're just here as performers, but should you need my assistance in anything, in honest divination of a sorts, look me up. I can help you.
Alrighty.
She says, for I'm sure our paths will cross again. Especially if we start traveling in the same circles. Which it appears we are. Says, what brings you all here anyways? Do you guys have a continental pass?
A what?
A continental pass. The quest givers give it to the adventurers. It's so some of us can carry out adventures in different continents.
I don't think we have one.
She says, oh, for crying out loud, you guys aren't even here on the quest giver's blessings. And she kind of giggles. She says, oh, there's going to be a lot of paperwork that they're going to do. When you get back, seek out the quest givers. You're gonna want their assistance from here on out. Become official members of the guild, okay?
Alrighty.
She says, take that as advice. Says, well, if there's nothing else, I suppose I should get back to the festivities and begin reading palms. Because if I'm being honest with you, I don't even really read the palms. I just tell them what I think they want to hear and then send them on their way. I tell them, oh yes, I see great love in your future, or great fortune. You will become an epic warrior. Oftentimes, if you implant the seed in somebody's mind, they will make it happen. And with that, she begins to guide you back out of her tent, back into the festivities. And I'm gonna jump back over into the main chat. I think I'm going to. Here we go. Hello?
Ain't nothing but a G thing.
Yeah, so by this point in time, that's what you're singing now?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. It's a regular Lollapalooza at this point. Agargus, you finally make your way to the large crowd and the fireworks and everything, and while you're walking there, you you see that people are lighting off lanterns and sending them into the float off into the sky. Fireworks are going off, children are playing, people are getting drunk and everything. And I need you to roll a reflex because somebody runs up and football kicks you.
Me?
No, I'm just kidding.
I was like,
Nice.
this is the story of my life.
Yeah, that's why I did it, because it's like you just randomly get punched in the face for no reason.
In the photo booth.
God damn it.
that's a true story. I don't want to break up the session, but her and Andrew were taking a picture in a photo booth and somebody clocked her in the face from outside for no reason.
Reached in and punched her right in the knock. I didn't even know what happened until after, we got out. She was like, when we got in there, somebody punched me in the face. What the fuck do you mean?
I didn't know how to
Somebody punched you in the fucking face.
It made my
Somebody
eyes
reached in through the curtain and punched her in the face.
They did. It was like soft. I've been punched in the face before, and that was like a good punch. I was like, oh, like they knew what they were doing.
It's a real do it for the Vine moment.
It had you then. And we
Yeah,
walked out of there looking. It'd be like that.
yeah.
They said it was a android secret lover getting her final shots in.
I guess. I mean, we were in Virginia. I don't fucking know anybody.
No, this was Wichita.
Oh, I guess it was in Wichita. I thought it was in Virginia. See, that shows how much I even remember about it.
Jesus.
It was like December, so it was like Christmas time. It was all nice and lovely in there.
Oh,
They were like Dave Chappelle. Gotcha.
pow.
Oh
Right,
man.
because-
Yeah, so I had to do it. Just like a random football kick to a Garrigus, just cause. No, but you make it back and you see that Uquill's in the mosh pit just slamming fools and androids up there just jamming out with these people. And you recognize them as well because you saw them inside. No, you did not. By the time you got out there, they were all gone. So you're just kind of like, who are these guys and why is Android up on stage, performing with them?
Doing android things.
Right.
Zoltan, you come walking back up there with Sadiko. Like, you think you're walking with Sadiko, but when you look over your shoulders, you realize she's gone, and you just kind of look around for a minute, and you see she's over there reading somebody's palm, just telling them, "Oh yes, I see many offspring. Yes, they will all be great warriors. Yes, they will all be great warriors. That'll be 5 win. Thank you." And you just hear a kind of sigh. And move on to the next person. Yeah, you guys are just here at this festival, just rocking out, and more time has gone by than you all realize. Just out of curiosity, Android, do you stop at any point playing with these guys, or do you play with these guys as long as they're playing? Like, I mean, performing, whatever.
Don't like
That question.
that question. I think, as of right now, that you ask, I am going to put up my guitar, tip my hat to the conductor, and hop off the stage and find you, Quill.
Well, he's not hard to find. He's down there currently, like, just shaking somebody just because. He's just down there. He's like, ah!
Revel in my madness.
Yeah. The, direct danger, he's like, the barn, everybody, give him a hand! And people are, like, shouting. And he goes, encore? And everybody's like, encore, encore. And he's like, encore, encore. And he just looks at you, Android, and smiles and shrugs. He's like, one more? He goes, uno más? Or, wait, I don't know that. One more?
Wait, I don't know that.
I don't know that. Better not.
He's like, aww. Everybody's like, aww. And he's like, well, he's
Something
the...
from the back screams, "Don't be no punk bitch."
I endorse this message.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody else goes, yeah! Punk Beach! And next thing you know, punk.
Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, fine.
And Troy, you get back on the
Uno
stage.
más. Wait, I don't know that either.
What song do you play for the audience?
That's a good question. Any suggestions?
Man, you can play Thriller from MJ.
We'll play Thriller.
It's Thriller. I mean, he made Thriller. So you start rocking Thriller. Da-na, Yeah.
And of course, Android's gonna do the dance.
Oh, the second you start doing that, others like in the crowd start picking up on it, and they just start following the dance with you, and everybody's like clapping. Yeah.
Pied Piper.
I mean, yes, exactly. You have officially entranced everyone with your melodies.
Needs more wolves.
More wolves, yeah, more wolves. Under the sea. So, yeah. Pretty soon, the first rays of light of morning start to creep over the sky, you know, and which is funny because you're like, it's close to midnight, or she's like, it's close to midnight, and the sun is actually coming up. But whatever.
Nice.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter because everybody's just rocking out.
It's real dark in here.
Yeah.
Exactly.
uh
Shit's popping off in here. That's all that matters.
yeah. Before you know it, by the time the song ends and everything, everybody's still like kind of feeling good, and the ringleader, he's just like, well folks, that's it for our set. You all have a good Jingzhou. Everybody's like, ah, whoa, you know, the freaking oxmen are just like, brrr, you know, I mean, people
They're
are
like, what?
brrr.
One more time? For the people in the back?
It's Gorlami.
Say it with your chest, motherfucker.
Yeah. And everybody's just having a good old time. I mean, like, nobody looks like... There are people who are literally, like, just cuddled up and asleep right now. They fell out, while others are just looking like they're catching their, like, seventh win. They're like, oh, man. They're like, oh. Let's go play some ball. Yeah, let's go play some ball. You know, and just things like that, you know, like the festival is really starting to just kick in now. You're watching as vendors who weren't at the actual opening ceremony, who are now waking up and getting ready, are coming out to start selling their items and stuff. You see weapons that you have never seen before, potions that you've never seen before. You got firecracker stands, food stands, I mean, all of it. People are literally like walking up and getting into teams and picking up these like balls that look like they're made out of some kind of like bouncy substance and forming
Bouncy
up in,
substance.
yeah, well, like, you know, rubbery. They're rubbery. And they're
Are they wobbly?
they're
That's what
rubbery.
she-
They're, yeah. And they're like breaking up into teams and then beginning this game where they're trying to hit each other with the ball. You know, like
No, explain this game where you try to hit the other person with a rubbery ball. Sorry,
Well-
I do not know.
okay, well, so
So if I know how to dodge a wrench, will I know how to dodge a ball?
well, I mean, there's only like a few principles that you have to understand. You have to understand duck. No, you have to understand dodge, duck,
Okay.
dive,
Uh-huh.
dip, and dodge.
Dodge. Exactly.
And you've got it, buddy.
Okay, I think I'm on board. I think I can do this dodging of the ball, as you say.
Yeah, and they're like, you know, throwing at each other. Now, it's reminiscent of a game you did watch, actually, once when you were in Michaluchicon. It is very similar. The only difference is they were in Michaluchicon, they were playing it with severed heads.
I mean, to be fair,
Yeah, to be fair, the Michaluchicans are savages.
yeah, they do shit a little different there. It's okay though. We don't judge them.
And they weren't broke up into teams. It just looked like a free-for-all for them. This actually looks a little bit more structured and whatnot. But yeah,
I could see you Quill trying to play and like not understanding you're supposed to dodge the ball and just trying to like bitch slap the ball away. He's gonna single-handedly invent baseball while playing dodgeball.
The
Which he's
squash.
too ignorant to understand.
He's inventing squash. Yeah, you
Dodge
are
it.
allowed to
No,
play as
I'm no
much.
bitch.
You are allowed to play as much D&D as you like. So you approach these guys, and one of the Oxmen looks at you and he goes, "You ever played this before?"
No.
Says, "All right, it's simple. You got 5 principles." No, I'm just kidding.
This motherfucker, you got 5 principles.
He goes, just don't get hit by the ball. You get hit by the ball, you're out. He goes, if you catch the ball, they're out. You take that ball, you try to take somebody's head off with it. That's all you got to do. Think you can handle that?
Sure.
He goes, all right.
Was like, it's squishy like a booby.
He goes, all right. You can be on my team then. Yeah, so you begin to play, dare I say, a game.
Yeah, I guess they.
You begin to play.
I would tell you to get out of my house, but you're not in my house. Get out of my house.
You begin to play a game they call evasion. No.
I can't deal with you. That'll be all tonight, folks. Tune in next week.
They call this game evasion. And so all you got to do is evade, dip, dive, duck, and evade.
You can't keep getting away with it.
I hate the fact that I'm so stuck on this right now. So, anyways, go ahead.
Is it necessary?
Go ahead and roll me a reflex real quick.
Oh man.
You know what?
I dodged the world.
Do what? What, Android?
Oh, there's just a really good fucking Dragon Ball Z abridged Team 4-star joke where they're always fucking making the dodge reference.
Oh,
It's if you're in the know, I guess.
yeah. I'm not in the know much about, honestly. But you're still welcome to always make the joke.
Dare I say he does not know the
Why
line?
didn't you? Duh. Well, it's still funny. I mean, I don't have to know to look at that and just know that that's funny. Why didn't you dodge?
Well, because at the very beginning of it all, when they're having their fight with Raditz, he and, Piccolo loses his fucking arm. So
Oh
it's
yeah.
like, oh shit,
Yeah.
gotta remember to dodge, sort of thing. So when he takes Gohan and they're beginning their training, he's like, here's what you gotta remember, Gohan. Dodge! And he just fucks him up. Just starts fucking him up.
Dodge!
Starts whooping his ass. So every time it's showing their training sequences, I'm like, dodge! And he just starts whooping Gohan's ass.
Oh, that's like the fucking you seen the bridge for Sword Art? Some of the shit they do in there is so fucking funny, dude.
No, I haven't watched it.
Bro, watch some of, like, 'cause you watch Sword Art, like, you know some of the parts.
Yeah.
And when they're on the bridge with the little one, he's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
he's playing the patsy,
Tank.
Yeah.
He's like, how does it feel?
Oh, bro, it's so, like, it is so how it really would have been if he was an actual gamer, and I'm like, it's so toxic, but it's so true. He speaks such a Chauncey, I'm like, yes.
So, yeah, you rolled the dodge, or the reflex, and yeah, we're playing reflex
dodge the
ball.
world.
We're playing reflex ball.
Were you playing reflex ball? Okay.
Yeah. So,
Alright. I was reflexive enough.
The ball comes at you. Now, you were saying, are you just gonna smack it away, or are you gonna catch it? What are you gonna do with that thing? Because you passed, so you tell me what you do here.
I do that to the ball.
Do what?
Exactly.
I catch it I catch it with my face.
Stop it with my face.
It's like that movie Kung Pao. I had two options here. I could duck his claw and spin kick him in the back of the head. Or option 2, I could catch the iron claw to the face. And he catches into his face. He goes, oh, dang.
Yeah. Instantly, Yuko pulls out Borkon's axe and fucking just baseball swings at it. Flat side, not chop, flat side.
Oh.
He's gonna broadside the shit out of this thing.
It goes.
He's just gonna spike it off of the fucking axe. Just like he's gonna try to kill somebody via the axe smack.
The Yakuzan, he just looks at you for a minute and he goes, that's not. He goes, that's fine. You gotta go. He's like, you gotta go get the ball. He goes, I'm not chasing that. That's not how you play that.
He was like, did he?
He goes, that's.
I hit it.
He like sits there and stares at it for a minute and goes, that's interesting.
I didn't let it hit me, but I hit it.
He looks at like just one of the little Koatoa and he goes,
You just made a new sport.
he looks at one of the Koatoa and he goes, go fetch another ball.
Yeah, Yuko is like, he's oblivious to like he might have just done something profound, but he's thinking he's done something profound within the game.
Yeah.
He's like, see, y'all never thought of that. Just hit the ball.
The Koatoa is like, I don't answer to you. He's like, go get the ball. He's like, all right. He comes back with like another ball in a few minutes, and by this time the Yakuzan's picked up a stick and he goes, I want you to throw that ball at me as hard as you can. He's like, what? He's like, throw the ball at me as hard as you can. He's like, oh, all right. He throws it and he smacks the ball and it just, and he goes, satisfying. He goes, there's got to be a way to make something out of this. All right. If you catch the ball after I hit it, I'm out. He starts explaining like new rules to the game. He goes, we'll call this game Whack It. That's what we're going to call it from here on out.
Yes, I like to whack it.
Nice. I like to whack it, whack it.
Whack it.
I like to whack it, whack it.
Yes.
Android singing in the background.
Pretty soon the game has been set
yes.
up. Huh?
For all the viewers at home, yes, we are grown men. We still act like children. Fuck off.
Pretty soon the game has been set up where he's like, all right, now here's the thing. I've got to take your Shogunate. That's Shogunate 1. Then we've got Shogunate 2 and Shogunate 3. And then I've got to run back here to my Shogunate. So we'll call this Home Shogunate. Okay? Shogunate 1, 2, and 3, home. All right. Now, if I smack that ball, you have to try and catch it. If you don't catch it, you have to get the ball back to the Shogunate that I'm running to, or I'm out. You kill me. One of the Koto goes, like, for real? Do we kill you? And he goes, no, stupid, and bops him on the head. It's play dead, dummy. He goes, we break it up into teams. You throw the ball. You're now the launcher. You're the catapult. We call you the catapult. The rest of you are all, we'll call you the soldiers. Yes, you're the ones on the outside of the the diamond here that we've drawn here. You guys are Ronin. You guys protecting the shogunate bases are the samurai. Sound good enough? Yeah. All right. Let's play some Whack It, y'all. And you have effectively invented baseball, Yuko.
Yay!
After an hour of them, yeah, after an hour of them discussing how the rules should go, that's how the rules go. If you catch it, I'm out. What if you hit it too far over this way? Then we'll just call that like out of bounds.
Oh.
Yeah, that's out of bounds. Out of bounds. Well, okay, how many tries do you get to try and whack it? I don't know, 6? That's too many. All right, then half it. 3? Yeah, sure. 3 tries and I'm out. All right. All right, let's do it. Who's gonna catch the ball behind you? I don't know. You, get behind me. Catch that ball.
Yuko helped invent a game I loathe. Yay!
and
Will has a dreadful time.
yeah.
Dreadful.
And after an hour of playing it, they have hammered it out. How many rounds did we go? I don't know. 6? That's not enough. Then double it. 9? Yeah, fine. Triple it. Whatever. Let's do it. All right, 9 it is. All right. And that's what it is. You have.
I don't think you doubled that correctly, sir. If you double 6, you get 12.
I know. That's that's the whole point. Because he's like, double it, triple it.
Oh.
I don't care. All right, then 9. All right. It's a conversation.
Highly confused.
Yeah, it's a conversation between a Yakuzan and a Koatoan. It's not supposed to entirely make sense. That's the whole point. and they just yeah. They invent Whack It. It's a game like you guys have never seen before. It's a game like you listeners at home have never even seen before. It is it is its own original sport.
There's nothing like it on the face of the planet.
No, nothing. It's like nothing you've ever
Nothing
seen
will make
before.
you want to watch paint dry instead. I like this sport.
I love this sport, thank you.
It's more fun to play than it is to watch.
It is, but
Entirely.
there was one summer where I went to every single home game and it was great. It was great. If you get to actually get to go to one, they used to be. I don't know.
To be fair, I mean, I went to a Rockies game one time, and that was a great time.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was a Rockies game, so
Yeah, like they're really fun to go to. I don't really watch it on television, but I don't watch any sports on television because I'm just kind of like,
yeah.
You know, I don't even like to really watch people I don't even like to watch esports really on television because I'm like, well, I could just be doing this. You know, like I could just be
but
playing.
can you?
Well, I mean, I could just be playing the game. I don't necessarily need to be playing the sport in sports form. No, I can't be an esportser. No, you have to be like a cut above to do that. But
You gotta be like, yeah.
yeah. But I mean, but that's my point. Like, I don't necessarily like to just, yeah, I can just be playing the game instead of watching it. You know, I understand some people watch it to get ideas and stuff, and they're like, oh, that's, you know, or to learn the metas or whatever, but I don't care about it. You know, like.
For me, it's seeing it done at a level that it could be done at. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, okay, so here's my thing, right? Like, when it comes to, like, watching it and, like, learning the metas and stuff, you know, when I was a kid, when I was young, the meta for me, because Nintendo and things like that, like Nintendo 1, the meta was always, don't die. That's the meta. Just don't die. If you don't die, then then you're doing great. You know, because those games were really hard. Now, like, the idea of having metas is still... It's not foreign, it's just like different, you know? Does that make sense? I understand them.
Well,
I understand their purpose and
Depends
their
on
use,
the game that you're playing too.
but it's
Yeah,
still
yeah.
just foreign. It's like, well, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work for something that I do to just have fun. If that makes any sense.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when I watch League of Legends, it's like, it's not so I can have some deep, profound understanding of the game, but it's also to see like how the game can be played at its highest level, like moments where I'll never reach it, right?
Mhm.
And like seeing shit, it's like, oh, see, I did something like that, but it was nowhere close to that. It's like, that was cool. You know? Or if I'm playing Rocket League, watching somebody get like a fucking quadruple flip reset and just be like, I hate you. I can't get one. I can't get one.
Right.
Yeah.
But that was gangster. You know, that was gangster.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
I think that's why I prefer esports, is because it feels like when I used to watch like was it like Rock and Jock Baseball? Like some of them were good, but like you had a bunch of regular people playing pros, and like watching like fucking Nelly hit like a home run at 100-yard fence or something, you know, and everyone being excited, and then you got like a pro batter that goes up there and just takes that motherfucker out of camera range. And it's like, oh, yeah, that's the difference.
well,
That's cool.
yeah, and you know, esports, I guess, in a way, it's something that, like, if I'm watching like regular sports on television, I'm not sitting there saying to myself, well, I can just go outside and play this because I don't feel like doing that. You know what I mean? Then I gotta
Yeah.
get people together and stuff. But like, at least with watching esports, when I'm like, well, I could just be doing this instead of watching it, you know, I can always jump on a game and play it. So, I mean, in a way, it's more accessible too, you know, in that sense.
Oh, yeah.
In that sense. But speaking of gaming, it's already 12:04, so we're gonna hurry up and end this session. When I say that, I don't mean like we're rushing it, but I just mean like, you know,
No,
it's pretty late.
No, yes.
But yeah, eventually a loud horn, not a loud horn, but a loud gong, just bong, and everybody stops what they're doing and begin moving in a direction, like they're headed almost towards the palace, you know, like they're headed in that direction. And the Yakuzan who you helped invent the game, he like bops you on the shoulder, you quote, and he goes, come on, the Jingsu is about to start. And he like begins to move up that way. To be sure,
It's always about to start.
you guys, well, this part of the Jingsu is about to start, right? And as you guys are headed up that way, Dong Yi finds you and he says, oh, good, I found you. I did some investigating and I've come across some interesting things. Maybe it's best we don't speak of it here. And he looks at you, Quill, and he goes, you should head up to the palace. You're gonna need to be present. They're about to present all the honored chosen. He goes, Android, we'll go to the honored chosen ceremony, and then the rest of us are going to need to begin at least we're going to need to talk to some people. He goes, I don't want to pull you away from the opening ceremonies, but it's important.
Well, Android just kind of turns and gives you Quill a thumbs up. You got this?
It is done.
Consider it done then.
That's all right. We've only got 3 days to figure out who is going to kill Mazaru. I don't want to put this on your shoulders or anything, but we only get peace in these lands for 3 days, every 30 years. If we do not discover who's going to kill, if we do not discover who's out to kill her, I don't think this land will ever know peace again. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session.
Yay!
Yeah. Quill, you managed to invent baseball.
Yay!
Whack It. You invented Whack It. I don't... This game isn't baseball. This game isn't like baseball. It's very different than baseball. It's like nothing you've ever seen before.
Yeah.
Hey, Garagus and Zoltan. You all remember the things that we've talked about tonight, and take time during the week to contemplate these things. And yeah, I expect at least a 500-word essay from the both of you. No, I'm just kidding.
Nice.
Joke's on you. I'm gonna put all of them blank.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like all of them white. I just fucked up that whole joke. My bad.
I was that went downhill so fast.
It's like
I was like, I was so ready. I was like, yeah, get him. And then she's just like, and I'm a lawn chair.
a 500-word essay that you hand to me blank. It's just a sheet of paper.
There's like a thing you
Joke's
can
on
do where
you,
you write
you're
an
getting
essay and it will show how many like characters you have on there. And you can turn them white so it looks like you typed more than what you did. And that's
Joke's on you, I'm gonna leave them blank. Joke's on you.
and I'll
you're
forget
gonna-
my name.
You're gonna get a sheet of paper. Oh my
See,
gosh.
you never go full lawn chair, okay? You never go full lawn chair.
Listen, it's past midnight. I don't even know what time it is, okay?
If it's
It's not
after
even-
8 o'clock.
Exactly.
If it's after 8 o'clock, she has a hard time.
If you see these dogs in your yard.
Mhm.
Oh man. Okay. All right, y'all. I had fun. It was fun finally getting the Jing Zoo started. Yeah. And yeah. We will catch you all. Oh yeah. Closing comments, whatever.
Closing arguments? Wait, what?
I'm Lord Pog, your humble DM. Thank you, dim old school gamers, for playing D&D. I told you all we'd get back to it, and I meant it. So here we are. We're back. Thank you to all my listeners and all my subscribers, and we really do appreciate y'all. Thank you, and I do mean you sitting there listening to this, listening to me ramble on right now. Thank you for making this happen. I am
All four of you.
I am blessed. Yeah, all four of you. I am so blessed by my players and by my listeners. And yeah, y'all come back now. Stay golden. Say bye, everybody.
Bye.
This shit ain't
Deuces.
nothing to me, man.